Oh, oops. Forgot to swap out little. There we go. Now she is correct. Anyway, so we took a little bit of a break from this game so I could finish Endwalker. And Endwalker's done now, so I get to come back and be with my sweet boyfriend. He's so nice and cute. And I learned when I initially, just got back that they're releasing new DLC for Derek, which I find so fucking cute, because I liked him a lot. Of course, I was gonna pick Cove, right? But I was like, oh, I wonder if there's, a route you could pick where you can, hit on Derek instead. And there was stuff kind of hinted at that we will probably get into a bit. In a little bit, actually. And some of the... My door just opened like it was a fucking ghost. I expected a cat to come through, but there was no cat. This bitch is haunted. But yeah, apparently they're releasing, actual DLC of, a plot around him, and that would be so cute. I want it so bad. Because he's a cutie. I really like Derek. Oh, fuck. My computer's doing stupid shit. Stop. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and continue. Hey, Savvy! I don't remember which one I said I wanted to do next. I don't remember what was the last one we did last time. I just want this one to be the last one. So we'll go escapade, dinner, soiree, and then road trip. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. I promise I won't do that the whole time. You'd been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze— I forgot I had it on autoplay. Tickled your nose as you sat on the front porch, munching— I just ate watermelon! I have a whole half a watermelon in my fridge still that I have to cut up, and I'm too lazy because it's a pain in the ass. The snack made you happy. You thought watermelon was just okay. It's okay. You were eating it just because watermelon was a summer tradition. You weren't even sure why you were eating it. It makes me happy. Watermelon's... It's alright. It's fine. You picked up another slice. Even though you already had dinner, you were still delighted to make room for watermelon. Watermelon isn't so bad when it comes to being filling. As it's, water. Hi, baby! You turned to look at Cove. You've both been sitting in comfortable silence for a while. He's a baby! He's so cute! He sat next to you, close enough for your Oh! Shoulder touching. Ooh! He was happily absorbed in his thoughts in his own slice of watermelon. Yes! Delicious. Put salt on that bitch? It's pretty good. Chuckling, you watched his face twisted in discomfort. You had to stop chewing and spit a seed. Oh, he had to stop chewing and spit a seed into the bush. Oh, yeah. You shook your head in disapproval. Ew. You did the same and spat the seed into the bushes. I bet I can spit a seed. This was me. This one was me. Me and my uncle, who was only a few years older than me actually, would do this, and we would, you know, seed spitting contests. Immediately, you shoved the majority of what was left in your watermelon slice into your mouth just to get a seed to prove your point. Alright, that's a bit much. As soon as you could, you sent the seed sailing into the middle of the street. Okay. Did you see that? Oh, burst into laughter that showed a wide grin. You could tell he was equal parts surprised and impressed. I am impressive. Can you do that again? I didn't see where it landed. Oh, come on, baby. You were supposed to be paying attention. You popped another seed into your mouth and focused on where the last one landed. Setting the seed free, you got it to go further this time. Sure. Not bad. You had Cove chuckling again. It was taking a lot of focus to stay looking serious and not to break into laughter yourself. I'd like to see you try. Oh, ooh. Yeah, they aren't comfortable. Oh, then his expression morphed into focus. Focused look, and he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. We need a referee. Wait, you got to do two. I need another try. That's fine. That's fair. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you laughing. He quickly sent another closer to where your second one had landed. I still win, baby. Seems we're evenly matched. Yeah. I won. Yeah, for now. For the next several minutes, you both kept carving seeds from your slices and giggling at the ridiculous watches. Yeah. Eventually, a truce was called, and you both went back to eating the neglected watermelon flesh. I don't like it. I don't like that. I wonder if I'll have another slice after the... You can have as many as you want. It doesn't matter. Your third? I just ate 5 by myself. Oops. Is that bad? It tastes really good. That's mean! Why would you do this? This is mean! That's a mean thing to do. You bumped him in the shoulder. You don't pick the second option because you're a dick if you pick that option. You smile at him. No, it's alright. It's definitely bad. You sighed affectionately. 3 watermelon slices is not a lot. Is that just me? Like I said, I just ate 5 by myself. I ate like a whole... Well, it wasn't a quarter. Because that watermelon was huge. So wait, half... Quarter... 1/8? By myself? I don't know, something like that. If another slice is gonna make you happy. Yeah. Eat the fucking watermelon, nobody gives a shit. It will. Good, then go eat it. Picked up another slice. He smiled at you, delighted. I'm not your mom. I'm not gonna tell you no. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. Are you full? Are you full on the watermelon? He stood up, head tilted back, to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Don't stand in the middle of the street. children. Did you notice anything? No? What do you mean? I thought I felt a range. Oh! Fuck, that shit happens to me all the time. The sun's still out. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off of your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. Does it smell like rain? You're right! Is somebody watering plants? Oh god! Were you still staring up at the sky and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly? When you finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. Literally came out of nowhere. It's a sun shower. It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Cool. Are we sure somebody just doesn't have a hose? Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards his front door and revel. You don't have to take your shoes off. I'm sure the asphalt is still hot. Just because it's raining doesn't mean the asphalt isn't still hot as fuck. Especially in fucking sunny California. Oh, it would be so hot. I like the rain. You closed your eyes and threw your head back, letting the rain shower over you. The cool drops felt so right after the warmth of the day. Mm-hmm. Feeling energized, you ran over to Cove and laughed at how soaked he already was. How heavy is this rain? Not that he cared because he was busy spinning in the middle of the street. Fair enough. Spin with him! Follow me. Yay! You spun yourself until you were dizzy. Yay! Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped. Left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling. Yep. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned. I wish we had an avatar for that. Damn. It's over. He's so cute! The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. Aw. Well, it was fun. I wish it lasted longer. I've had enough rain for one summer day. I didn't have anything to say, or you didn't have anything to say. You were charmed. You can't give me like, okay, you can't give me like, oh, something I would, like, it can be both. This is an emotion. This is a statement, right? You can have both at the same time. You can't give me an ultimatum like this. I can be charmed by Cove and still think that was fun. There was still a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes from the sun shower, and you couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Nothing, just thinking about how fast you committed to getting soaked. Oh? Okay. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Sure. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Ma wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. Oh no. Ma, no. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically. Your dad won't give a shit. Your dad's the coolest fucking dude. It's okay. You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. Exactly. Good plan. Thanks, let's do that. You're the sweetest guy I know. I don't want to cause trouble. It is. I could already hear Mom's cries over my wet footsteps being all over the halls. Yeah, it would be bad to put a damper on their day. God damn it. I didn't catch it. I reject puns from my brain. Philip led you inside and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels. I've just got to dig them out of the hall closet. Okay. Thank you for doing this. What should I do? I think I'm gonna need to borrow some clothes. I don't think he'd let me. I don't think he'd be okay with that. I'm tempted just to see, but I don't think he's comfortable. He's not that comfortable sharing things. He probably will not be cool with sharing clothes. How cute that is. We're just gonna say thank you to him.
You're welcome.
No problem, it'll only be a second. Just hang out in the living room, but maybe don't sit on the couch. Yeah. You answered him with a slight smile. Okay. Whatever you say, baby. Well, that cove disappeared and returned in no time, towels in hand. Here. Thanks. Oh, thanks. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. The game is psychic. Hey, Bo. A sudden call caught both of your attentions. I lost my chance to get a shirt from him, man. I thought I heard voices. Hi, Mom! Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened? You're both wet. It rained. There was a sun shower. Badass. I love Mom. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going into the house when I'm wet. They live next to the beach, man.
Right.
So I told Little to come back in. That was very sweet of you, baby. Aww. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. And then a light came to Kira's eyes. You should give Little your clothes. I have no idea. I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around in the house, and you'll air dry in no time. The car is covered, isn't it? Cove only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Oh, I get to pick? Sure. Yeah, sure, why not? Fun, this'll be good. Kira pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers early in the summer. Oh yeah, because they knew their kids would be fucking inseparable.
See you soon.
Head on out to the garage. I'll meet you there and We have a garage?
Sorry.
Or you guys have a garage? Sorry, my mom can be so pushy. She gets an idea in her head and that's what she did. She wasn't that pushy. She just asked. But sure. It's okay. Thanks for letting me come. As if he was going to go without me. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. He's so fucking cute. Little baby. Cove led you to the car and Kira wasn't too far behind.
Okay.
Into the back, you two. What? Shotgun! Damn it. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kira started it and drove out of the... Oh, this is like a flip of the car. I've never seen the car flip before. When she hit the main road, the car sped up and rolled the back windows down all the way. Gonna get that wind-swept hair look. Cove started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. Said the drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Can we also get ice cream? Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows for... Oh! That's why she wanted us in the back. You disabled the back? Mama! Mama, no! Smiling deviously, Kira turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. Mama! What? You were not a fan of this stunt. You danced in your seat to the... I'm just vibing back here. You recognize the song immediately, mouthing along the words and moving about to the beat felt refreshing. Me and Mom are having fun. Cove shook his head at you until he cracked a half smile. Slowly he relaxed and bopped a little to the beat of the song. Oh! Yes! Dancing babies. Whoa, what the heck? And then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the... Oh no! Oh... What's that? Oh, they can't get out the windows. Began to haphazardly reach around the space to try and get it all back under wraps. Amused, you helped frantically. You watched him struggle. Oh, that's mean. I don't want to help him. You jumped to his aid immediately, trying to snatch up every single paper crashing around within your reach. Yes, keep it contained. As much as you both caught fistfuls, there was no stopping the few that got sucked out the windows. Cove gasped. That isn't like one of Mama's books, right? Or magazine things? Mom, close the windows! Kira offered no response other than a chuckle. She kept driving, and both of you had sour looks at that. Maybe we should tell her. We got most of them. I know. Thanks. The sun set completely, and at that Kira rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in his fist. Are they just random papers? She just had random papers in the car? My mom is crazy. She sounds like my mom. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair and laughed with a bit of... Oh, he must look so cute. You felt good. You didn't know what was happening anymore. It's fine. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever else happened next. Can we have a sleepover? I know we're not 8 anymore, but I don't care. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. Okay, Mom. No, now we're feeling tricked. I thought it was, because she's a writer, I thought it was like something she had to have typed up. Oh, I'm not picking sides here. You shook your head and, yeah, I want another one. Kira continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Can we get dinner? McDonald's! McDonald's! Kira lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took the chance to turn around and caught her coy smirk. Uh-oh.
So?
Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? We're lost. I'm not sure I want to. A movie... Oh, okay. She saw it. I see. Okay, most places have one somewhere. Alright. Don't need the attitude. It isn't that late, you know. We could probably catch a show. Sure? Really, Mom? We don't even know what that doesn't really matter. You just pick something.
Come on.
That's what makes it fun. Oh my god, she is my mom. I want to see a movie. I'm not sure about that. No way, that's not fun. Heck yeah. Aren't my moms expecting me back soon? My moms are cool. It's fine. I'll see a movie. Sure. Both. Oh, I'm sorry, Cove. He seemed hesitant. You gave him a smile, and Cove eased up a bit. You can just take a nap. We can just take naps. Don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. You're here for like another month, Mama. And don't worry, little. I said I'd watch over you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'd put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there. Oh. Cool. I didn't bring any shoes. Oh, he hasn't had his shoes on. You should always bring shoes when you're going out. I'm not wearing any either. It doesn't matter. It kind of matters. They won't let us in. Oh, did I take mine off? Did it say I took mine off? Sure, I'll say yeah. You lifted your foot up and wiggled your toes so Cove could see. A little weird, but sure. How are we gonna go inside barefoot? I don't know. We'll sneak through quick, no one will notice. You can do it. Just this one. Mama! Mama! Ew. You bounced in your seat excitedly. That was actually going to happen. Kier was right. You never got to do this. No! Ew! It's not even... Okay. Hold on. It's not even just about not being let in. It's... Movie theater floors are disgusting. I don't want to walk around barefoot. With a oh, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. I need like socks or no, that might be worse because then you step in like soda. Yeah, we just I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable thinking about it. Kira drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Oh, asphalt! Ow, ow, ow! Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. Watch out for broken glass bottles! Oh, I'm such a mom. Oh, I'm such a mom. That's all I can think about is I'm like, don't fucking sprint through random giant-ass parking lots without shoes. Don't, you're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna step on broken bottles. Oh, I don't like it. Don't put your feet up there. Ain't no one. You gotta like power wash those oh, it's so gross. Inside you noticed there were no lines. Or is it a weekday? All the current shows had already started. Kira paid that no mind and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. They all start at like randomly different times though. They can't all be going at the same time. That's just how it works. They just don't. So that's bullshit. A third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Sure. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to the other and constantly kept looking around. You and me both, baby. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have, if there were people around to really notice. Yeah, there's nobody around. It was pretty goofy. Aw, baby, he's so nervous. Still, you consoled him, you teased him over it, you complained with him. Console. Calm the baby. You poked Cove's arm to get his attention. It'll be okay. His expression softened into an appeased smile. I'm gonna have to scrub my feet after this. Yeah, thanks. Eliciting a sigh of relief out of you, Kira returned with the tickets in hand, and she quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I'm gonna have to get some, like, steel wool and, like, right at the fucking base of my feet. I'm so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We've almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. Oh, nice. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing. Cool. Aha. Yes. Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kira couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kira pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. Middle seats, gross. When you reached your seats, Kira sighed contently. Cove gave a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping— Yeah. But that's also kind of gross, because now your feet are on the chair. Ugh. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what movie this is? No, she didn't tell us. No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film, one about a group of students being haunted— Oh. I'm bored already. You were psyched, you could live with that, you thought that was gonna be annoying, you became nervous, you were terrified you couldn't do this. It's fine. It wasn't your favorite kind of movie, but you didn't hate— It has nothing to do with it being scary, it has to do with the premise. You were willing to wait to see if it was dull or had some entertainment. That's fair. Plot twist, it probably doesn't. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down on his bottom lip and stared at the screen with tremble. Baby! Baby, no! Hug, baby. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. No! Comfort the baby! You remained still. You tapped Cove on the shoulder to— Oh god, that's gonna scare him. You angled your body in your seat to be closer to him. You grabbed hold of his hand. Your fingers wrapped tightly around his, and he jumped slightly at the unexpected. But his expression softened when he peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. I got you, baby. He gave your hand a squeeze to silently voice support. That made you feel good. You're so fucking cute. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed or jeered or clapped, depending on what was happening. I was probably bored out of my fucking mind. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but the dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. Okay. I'm annoyed just reading it. It's annoying me. You stayed to let the credits roll and for the theater to clear out, and then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again, even though it was late. Kira was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick. Okay, Mom.
Yes.
It wasn't so bad. I fucking hated it. You enjoy it, baby? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense. I guess that's the point of horror stuff, but I kind of don't have to feel like that. Oh, don't want to have to feel like that. Okay. Now that it's all over, though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
That's so great. Little, how are you feeling? I hate movies like that, but I don't want to be mean. It was terrible, but that made it fun. Was it like a B movie? It was just bad. It was alright. I probably wouldn't like it at all. It didn't sound fun. I don't like it. She frowned. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't like those kinds of movies. I'm sorry, they can't all be winners. I am a movie critic. I think I have some making up to do. Who wants dessert or just come with regular food? Mama, you're fine. You don't have to make it up to us. It's fine. You were surprised when you realized Kira wasn't on the way home, but turning into a drive-through burger restaurant. Oh, McDonald's! McDonald's! I hate McDonald's, actually. It's just funny. I'm not hungry. You shook your head no. Yeah, you nodded. Why not? I mean, she's offering. I'm not gonna say no to food. That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. Thanks, Mom! Oh! Can I get every... I need like 4 sandwiches. I need fries and onion rings. Oh, that's so cute! No! Okay. Spicy chicken sandwich with onion rings and a cookie. That's it. That's all I want. Is that alright? It's a-okay. I love how you can just order everything and she'll let you. Kira pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first. She then decided to order one of every... Mama? What are you gonna do with all of that? What the heck is happening? Eat it!
Really?
The whole That's right, there are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about to $1 each. I can swing it. And besides, whatever you don't finish, I'm gonna feed... Whatever we don't finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. She just bought everything. Oh my god. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh god, woman after my fucking heart, man. A few minutes later, Kira exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seats. She then drove off into the night. Mom's cool. Can you pass me something? Anything. She doesn't give a shit. What should I grab? Surprise me. Mama, how are you so good looking? You chose one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is she doing research for her magazine? Accepting that this was what it was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bags for himself. I swear to God, if he eats chicken nuggets, he ended up with some onion rings and he happily... Ooh, onion rings, so good. You selected something randomly. You made sure to grab something you liked. Fuck it. You weren't even questioning Kira's crazy ride anymore. Yes. I am along for the ride at this point. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied with the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kira turned to look over her shoulder. Oh, so preoccupied in the back. I'm dumb. Okay, party people, it seems we've reached the end of the road. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead. And then you noticed it, the now leaving sign. Kira took you through the entire town. Sorry, I was talking to Abu. What are we doing here? Kira turned to the car around and parked it along the side of the road. Oh god! I think you both could use a break and stretch your legs. I doubt anyone's going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go. This is sus! Mom! Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a Is she gonna drive away? I'm gonna stick with Cove, but I kind of want to stay in the car because I don't want her to leave without us. Is she gonna leave? She wouldn't do that. She's not that crazy. I'm so concerned. You got out and caught up with Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. You thought being there was exciting. Being there was pretty cool in your mind. You didn't care much overall. You felt worried. You were mad. You just felt tired. Yeah. Mood. It's pretty cool. This was a good place to stop. If she was going to take us all around town, at least it wasn't done halfway. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. She's driving away, by the way. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression changed, his eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next. Oh? What's up? Little, I'm really sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. Yeah, she took the crazy pills today. I don't know what's up. Is she being like this now? Oh yeah, this is kind of random. I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make the time memorable. This visit has been really different than the others, and it didn't start off good. Oh. I see. Thinking about how Kira's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Are you having a good time with your mom around? Okay, I get it. She shouldn't have made me be a part of it. Bullshit, always invite me. You nodded in understanding. She's giving you a taste of your own medicine. You said nothing. Yeah, it's still weird having her and Dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her most of the time. I miss my mom. This game makes me miss my mom. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of the car door closing. Oh god. Cove, little. You turned to see Kira by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. What were we waiting for? We're just vibing out here. How did I end up with such a polite boy? Yes, he is very sweet. She ruffled his hair and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. You thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you. The first summer, Cove ran away to this very spot, trying to find his way back to his mom, and now here they were together. Aww. You kept that thought to yourself. You whispered about it to Cove. You said, I don't want to tell Kira. I will tell Cove, though. Taking a step closer to Cove, you leaned in close to share the moment just with him. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where you went to try and see her when you moved to Sunsetburg. Cove flinched and his eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. But he was satisfied she didn't. He turned back. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell her. Freak her out. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know what happened. At least, I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Yeah. Really? I'm sure your dad told her. Dad likes to tell her things are fine so she doesn't worry. Yeah, that sounds right. You decided to... That's not my business. No. No. Absolutely not. Cove looked at you gratefully and you shared a conspiratorial smile. That's not something that's not my problem. Anyway, it's kind of cool to be here, right on the edge of town. Exactly. We're standing on a precipice. You're so dramatic, Mom. I think so too. I don't really see what's so different about it. You didn't have it's fine. You nodded along, not wanting to press the subject either way. Hey, kitty. Kira let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Let's go. Let's go. Finally, you shrugged. You felt disappointed it was actually over. Sure. A part of you was surprised Kira was finally throwing in the towel. I mean, it's pretty dark, and she does have somebody else's kid with her. Kira shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. She can't keep me out that long. I am not her kid. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back, with the collection of fast food bags still— ooh, it's gonna be like lukewarm. You rested your head into the seat as the car roared to life. As you did, Cove leaned in close to whisper. I can talk to your moms if they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea, you didn't have a choice. Didn't she already call them? She said she was gonna call them. It was worth it even if they get mad. I'm pretty sure it's not that big of a deal. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but said nothing. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. Radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. You gotta put on the jams, Mom. We both know what I'm gonna pick. It's not a question. You were too tired to keep your head up and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues. He leaned into it. Oh, cute babies. He must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bed. Who the fuck? It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you... Huh? Who? What? Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. How the fuck did I get in here? Who carried me? It almost felt like a dream more than a real event, but it definitely happened. And you were glad that you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. Sure. Oh, we didn't answer the question of how I got carried into my room. I feel like that's an important... especially considering I'm 13. I'm pretty big. Who did it? The only person... I could believe, like, Cove's dad did it. I guess? But... whatever. They're not going to answer my question. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Why are we on the phone? We live across the street. What? Just come across the street. It'd been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. Oh. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. Ooh, hiccup. So I was, wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner? Yes. The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. It's so cute. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Heyo! We're back to playing, Our Life. Keepless. Was there more?
That's...
It was... Huh? Oh. It seemed that Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Oops. It didn't say... Cool. Well... He stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there if your parents don't have a problem with it. They asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quite quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. I think that's up to your moms and not you, but sure. Cove spoke up again, breaking through the Ooh. Hello? Hello, thank you for the follow. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come? I already said yes. Yeah, I can come. I'll have to ask my moms to get back to you. No, I can't make it. Why am I the only one invited, or did you meet... I know why I'm the favorite. Yes, of course I can come. Moms aren't gonna tell me no. Thanks, little. I'll let them know when I can. Also, it's right across the street. He sounded noticeably relieved at your response. Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. We live across the street from each other, dude. Like, why didn't he just come over and ask me? And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. Oh yeah, Elizabeth doesn't give a shit. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to your condo. To their condo. Oops. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. I mean, I've been around both of them before. Yeah, so it's a dating sim visual novel thing, where you live out the life of your character and her friends, or their friends, and specifically the relationship with the boy next door. It was exciting, you were apprehensive, the idea made you curious, you didn't think it would be especially interesting, you couldn't say you were thrilled. I'm pretty happy to go hang out with my friendo. I don't know if exciting's the right word, but that's fine. You had thought today was going to be boring, but it turned out to be much more interesting. It always is when Cove is around, dude. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kira, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hold on, I gotta help a kitty. Sorry. Got the kitty. Hey, little welcome, please. Come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks for letting me in, Mama. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Sure. Thank you for having me. I'm so polite.
Of course.
Of course, just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey little, welcome to our humble abode. Hi, Cove's dad! Hi, Cove's dad! Hi, Mr. Holden! You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon. He's over there cooking? That's hot. Hope you're hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. Ooh? True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. Oh, he's a fucking man after my own fucking heart. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kira. She gave you a weary smile. What's wrong, Mom? He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kira. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious in her face, in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kira smiled and shook her head quietly, and then she turned to face you once more.
Well,
Sorry about that, little. Here I was trying to strike up conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. That's okay. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Stop being mean to him. Kira leaned over and whispered to you. It's okay, he likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Don't call him by his full name, it's weird. Your next question continued as to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? I'm good. Oh, I'm good. That's a me response. Things are okay, I'm not really sure. You didn't reply to her question. Kira didn't seem too convinced by your awkward phrasing, but she nodded anyway. I'm just awkward, Mom. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. God damn. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. Hi, baby! His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Oh. Okay. You made it. Thanks for coming. His voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you were, only a few feet away. Oh, cutie. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, oh, that's not convincing. He didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask him what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Oh?
So,
Can we have dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm going back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? I mean, that's what I'm here for. The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. That's... We'll call you when food's ready to go. I'm telling you, in my house, there would be no fucking way. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down. Like, it would be... Both of you are sitting on separate sides of the couch. If you go into the room, the door has to be open, and blah, like, all these, like, these kids have so much fucking trust from their parents. This was the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. You had visited Cove's room before, but only rarely. Going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. Well, we have sleepovers and we hang out a lot. I can imagine we've probably seen each other's rooms at least sometimes. I'll go with sometimes. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. Sandy boy. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That makes me uncomfortable. That's just how he was, a little bit of a mess. You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it, not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat on the edge of his large bed, looking like a picture of comfort, and left you to decide. You didn't sit anywhere. You sat down on the chair. You sat next to Cove. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff, and he ducked his... Oh, I'm sorry! No, I can sit on the chair! He tried to Oh, it's so cute!
oh my god.
Chill. It's not that serious. He said it under his breath as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. Don't make it weird. We're just vibing. It's fine. You were nervous about that. You smiled comfortingly at him. You chuckled over it. You felt very charmed. I think it's so cute. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's effort. Oh my god. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. You're like an open book. You know that? You're so sweet. You're adorable. Oh. I don't want to embarrass him this much. This is cute, but I feel like it'll fluster him too much. I'm not. You are. Cove scowled before shifting nervously on the bed. He pointedly glanced away from you, the tips of his ears red. Aw. Shy baby. With the silence growing, your gaze began to drift, and you stared at the bright fish swimming in the tank. Fish. There were a bunch of them, floating to and fro from the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. Ooh, tropical fish? How long have you had those fish?
I guess.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Those are some old fish. Wow, that's a long... Yes! Are those the same fish? There's no way. You peeked carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. That's so good. Fish would die so fast with me. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What's their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that, and he continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for the small one, and Tangerine for the really orange one. That sort of thing. That counts. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. You found that funny, you found that surprising, you found that I find that funny. Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Well, a couple of them have other names. Have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish-red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. It's me! My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Alright, your dad's dramatic and your mom is silly. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Yes, I'm your best friend. I should get to name one of your fish. Do you want... Yes. I get to name one of the fish. Yes. His smile grew a little at your enthusiasm. I have best friend privileges. There's a few who don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which one you want. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all- It is me! Running laps around the others. It's little! The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. Oh, that's cute! The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled in the bright light of the tank, and it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. Alright, we already know which one I'm picking. Yee. The one that's me. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting for you to decide a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, the name eventually came to you. Little. Name it Little. Frank, Sunbeam, Gil. Little, Cove, type your own. I just like naming it after me because it's cute. Cove laughed unreservedly at your choice. It was affectionate rather than insulting. You can't name it after yourself. Why? Why can't I? Yeah, why not? Because I'm not gonna call my fish that. Fine. But you still said I could pick. I want a little junior. Cove shook his head with a bent smile. I'll call him Junior then. You can still call them Little. Yay! Little Junior. Seemed like a good enough compromise, so you agreed. Cove nodded, satisfied. Yes. It's Little. Yeah, because it's so tiny. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. He's so good to his fish. You smiled proudly at Little as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing and then reappearing. Yes, active baby, cute little fishy. You noticed then that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. Oh, make a move? This close, your shoulders were almost brushing. Oh, more shoulder touching. Scandalous. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down. Yeah, why am I not allowed to have pets? That doesn't sound fair. I mean, I guess it's Mom's house. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. It's harder than that to me. If you gotta keep, like, the pH balance good and stuff, it's a bitch. In terms of them being a mess, no, they're not that big of a deal, but they're a bit more difficult to take care of than that. Right, my moms are so strict over the weirdest things. I don't mind it too much, I get it. I don't get why they won't let me keep, like, smaller basic like, I understand parents who, like, don't want their kids to have dogs and stuff like that. I don't necessarily know why they won't let me keep fish. But these are also the same fucking parents that let me walk around the fucking strip while I was 8 years old without being watched. So, they're weird. They trust Elizabeth to me and go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet. It doesn't make sense. Yep. Maybe when you're even older, they'll let you. I don't know, they seem pretty against it. I guess they just don't want to clean up after pet. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief, confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird. My moms didn't think much of it at first though. But then that night, Mom went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Oh no. Oh, I remember what. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her. What lizard? That's that big that she could hold that wouldn't, like, attack her. Cove's eyebrows rose at that and he leaned forward in interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? I don't know, dude. Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was, and then she just grabbed a lizard, pulled it out, and got an answer. So she brought it home. Okay. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. That poor thing must have been so cold. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. She's really, really upset about that random lizard that she's lucky didn't poison the shit out of her. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. She'll get over it. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Woo! Excuse me? I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. Meh. You gave a serious thought to his statement before you told him. I can't actually answer this accurately. I'm an only child. I think we talked about this in one of the streams prior, that I grew up as an only child, so I don't have sibling experience either. It's fun, there's ups and downs, you're lucky you're an only child, It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth. I don't know how to explain what it's like. There's ups and downs, I guess, because siblings fight, and, you know, whatever. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. It's fine. That's just how it be. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while.
Cool.
That's interesting. I think your family is cool. Thanks, I like them too. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms. I love my moms. They were absolutely the best. You got along with your moms. You thought your moms were okay. You found your moms to be they are the best. You couldn't even consider having another option. You couldn't have better parents. Yes, they're great. Even though they're silly. A thought struck you and your attention suddenly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my moms might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried to pay someone to be my friend. Lol. You grinned over at Cove. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad. It was easy to joke about. Oh, okay, good. I was about to be like, is that still sensitive? He tossed his head back in an overly dramatic way, sighing heavily. I almost forgot about that. Really?
No way.
No, not really. I'm never able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's gonna humiliate me. No! Alright. Fun fact, for those who don't know. This is my second playthrough of the game, but this time I have the DLC. That's the big difference. But the other thing is during the 8-year-old section of the game, towards the end of it, you get the option to tell Cove about his dad paying you. And in my first playthrough, I did not tell him when we were 8 years old. I thought it was going to stir up trouble that just didn't need to be stirred up, because it was such a simple little thing between 8-year-olds. It was a big deal. If you don't tell him when you're 8 years old, they bring that prompt up now. So you have the choice to tell him here instead, which is what I did my first playthrough, and I actually thought it was pretty good. So it's kind of interesting to see how it's changed, since now he already knows. And he's known for like 8 years now. I'm really sorry about what happened, Cove. Then I'm sorry, since I'm gonna bring it up forever. Yeah, I get why that'd be embarrassing. You laughed, you stayed quiet. I think we'll be able to. Maybe I'll offer to pay you $20 so you stop reminding me. Gimme! Let me name another fish. You barked out a laugh, not expecting Cove to join in on the kidding. A tiny, amused smile curled along his lips at your reaction. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Cute babies. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from the different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison.
Oh.
It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had locked behind for most of... Oh, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Aww. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been... Oh, what? We didn't even do anything. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? Oh, with his parents. I see. You felt sympathetic towards him. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Aww. Now would be a good time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Yeah. Is there a reason they wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around, but now you're here. Oh, okay. Huh? You hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense in a way. Everybody has to be on their best behavior if the guest is around. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Come get your fucking food! Before your dad eats it all. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Hell, they're so pretty! Look at them both! They're gorgeous. Mr. Holden beamed at you and Cove took your places. Oh, you and Cove. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. I believe you. Oh. Yep. Cove mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. They probably noticed. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning. Don't look at me like that.
Thanks.
Let's all take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it little and on such short notice too. Hello. Hi, Cove's dad. You're hot. You thanked Cove's parents back for inviting you. Didn't say anything about it. You just felt awkward about this. No, just thank them back. It's easy. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to some food. Food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and... Do I get to pick? Do I get to pick what I eat? Oh. You're very happy about these options. You could work with this. You weren't exact... No, that sounds delicious. You loved yes. And there were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically true. Oh, and they said it was spicy earlier. Spicy food! Utensils and plates scraped and clinking together as the group began filling their plates. Yes. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Verde isn't my favorite, but it's alright. Of course. Thank you. Let me just say you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kira. They're so cute. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seems to be barely any effort. I'm glad they get along. It's so cute. You chimed in as I did? Did it take a long time to cook all of this, Mr. Holden? No, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Cove, but I enjoyed every second of it. Oh, it's so cute.
Aha.
Might have gone faster if you had some help, though. Cove's mom grumbled, but was lighthearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I make the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. Okay. Even when they're staying for literal weeks.
Come on.
Even then. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. He's so cute. I love his dad so much. Thanks, Sport. Glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Food. So good. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking. Why? No, don't. How has everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the— Oh. Too many questions. Calm down. You felt overwhelmed by the sudden rush of questions. Why does this game know me so well? You were more than happy to answer. You were surprised, but you didn't mind the interest. You felt uncomfortable with the attention. Surprised, but it's fine. You fell asleep. Oh, you missed more shoulder touching. And you missed some hand holding, I think. You hadn't expected so many questions and all at once. Still, what else was there to talk about apart from how the summer was going? I am being interviewed by hot parents. I'm flustered. You answered how things were at your house. You told them how your moms were doing. You mentioned things you'd done this. It's been good. It's been good, is what you said, but you didn't mean it. It's alright. It's not that great. I'd rather... It seems good. Like, mamas get along. There's nothing to worry about. That's wonderful. Oh yeah, you missed, like, Mama Kira kidnapped us and took us all around the town and took us into a movie theater where I got to hold Cove's hand. It was so cute. I mean, I'll just answer all other questions. I'm not sure where to start. There's so much that happened. You should know what I've been up to since so much is included. Wait. You should know what I've been up to since so much has included your family. I haven't done much. Mr. Holden laughed loud and short. You caught him off guard with that. Yeah, weird. Our families are attached at the hips. You told them how your moms were doing. And that was that for the question. Yeah, just answer all the questions, it's fine. My moms are great. Moms are fine. They're the same as always. You should ask my parents. My moms are great. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I have to congratulate her when I see her. Kira nodded along. You could tell her she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Aww. They already want to adopt me. Did you know, Cliff? Little is really into game— She was listening! Mr. Holden's face lit up and he stopped eating so he could lean forward. His— Oh no, don't challenge me. Gamer? Are we gamers?
Nice.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. I feel like he would know that about me. It's just a hobby. I'm pretty serious about it. Oh, it's not a big thing. What does serious mean? Am I a competitive gamer? It's a hobby. Sure. You are, at such a young age. That's really impressive. No, that was real life for me. If you keep putting in the time, I'm sure you can do something great. I don't know about that. Thanks. I'm gonna become a Twitch streamer. Kova's parents were definitely... I can't make that joke. That's the joke I would make if I wasn't actually streaming. Ha, I'm gonna be a Twitch streamer. Fuck. I fucking hate it here. Kova's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. Yes, delicious food. Food. You noted, not for the first time, that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. No. 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 You brought up your own topic of conversation. You left coming up to conversation. I want to know what the topics of conversation I can bring up are. What? Because I want to get to know my future in-laws. I also like other things. God, she's just as awkward as I am. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
They're so desperate to talk. They're like, please keep talking, baby. They look genuinely eager for you to keep talking. It's like, they know they're gonna adopt me. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversations as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kira sat down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. You and me both, Mama.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. He's here. Cove's here, he's just not in the shot, and he's staying out of conversations like he normally does. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up rays of sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. Oh, he's so cute. He's a cutie. You ate way too much. You ate until you were satisfied. You tried not to eat too much, even though it was good. No, I would have overeaten it if it was that good. You practically licked your... Ooh. You were so full that you were afraid you might burst. Is there dessert? I'll eat it. I don't give a shit. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full... Yeah. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silver. Baby. They just wanted to talk to somebody. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. Yeah. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. Well, he did say this, still kind of made him uncomfortable, all of this. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden's pointedly clearing his voice. Oh? Not to sound like a broken record, but thank you for coming, Little. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real day. Invite me anytime if you're gonna cook delicious food again. I'm just saying. What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Little has ever had dinner here? I don't believe that. Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner? Well, we always have dinner at my mom's place. Cove was always the one going over to Little's house until now. That's fair. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Flame family to host my kid? Oh, so cute. Kira shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. No. This guy, honestly. Oh, there he is. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now, he'd stopped fiddling with his fork. Are you good, baby? Are you okay? Would it be alright if for Little to stay over? Oh! He shot you a shy glance and then smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, his eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. Oh! He's making a move. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple and Mr. Holden was lost. Oh! Yes! The Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces, the two adults whispering seriously to each other. Cove went for it, not me. I'm so surprised. Cove eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if it would help him to overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, but Kira made sure he didn't get too far away with all of his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eye. They sus. They're like, we don't know about these kids. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. Oh, okay. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. Say yes. Say yes, say yes, say yes. You snuck a look at Cove, and he stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear the verdict, too. He didn't even ask me to do this. He asked them before he even asked me if I wanted to stay over. We, Kira and I, think that should be fine, but we have to ask my moms, don't we? He lifted a finger dramatically, his brow raising as he met Cove's gaze, and then your own. Ground rules? We'll have to talk with Little's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. I'm so excited. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Little's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. That's reasonable. Damn it. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kira from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. Damn it. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought she saw her... You thought... Give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. They did do that. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head to he built up so much courage to ask that. You had been hoping you could stay over today, but some hypothetical time in the future. You gave him some words of encouragement. You patted him on the back. Psst, I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight. I don't think I'd be able to get away with that. Liz would lose her mind. Hey, you could always sneak into my... I don't want to say that in front of his parents. Am I whispering that? How quiet? I'm assuming this is a whisper. But I'm scared of saying this in front of them. I don't want to... Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime. We're terrible kids. Though he likely still would without the invite. That's true. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kira tried to lend a hand as well, however, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. Oh god. She must be so bored. You weren't allowed to chip in either since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Ew, don't call me that, please. That's embarrassing. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. Are we gonna go over ground rules about me staying in the house? While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kira disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. Mama knows. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily you weren't alone for long. After a couple minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. Uh-oh. Is this where we learn forbidden lore about Mr. Holden? She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. Jesus. She turned to you and gestured to the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, although the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Yeah. My booty gonna hurt. Kira did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is going to be good. I have forbidden knowledge about Mr. Holden. He's just gonna kick our asses. That's what's gonna happen. You were excited, you were nervous, you were bored, you were kind of annoyed, you enjoyed her enthusiasm. I'm happy for her. Cove's mom was funny, upbeat, and easygoing. You leaned closer to watch her expertly shuffle the cards. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things... Oh my god, my fucking... Cove's dad appeared first, following closely behind Cove. Mr. Holden rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Forbidden knowledge. Well, we'll see if he talks about it here. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on in confusion as he disappeared through his bedroom door. What? Don't leave me with your parents! Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kira nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and ruffled the halves, is that the word? Together while offering an explanation of sorts. They are sexy. They're so fucking hot. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. His wallet? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. I don't have money. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. What the fuck? You all use real money on card games with family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and sized each... Oh my god. They're fucking serious. Yeah. That's right. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. What the fuck? Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Little to the curb, or do you intend to donate the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease. I don't know how to play cards. If Little wants to play, I'll fund her. Oh! Hold on. Woo! I'll fund her way in. Don't you worry. I'm sorry. What? Oh! I'm having a moment. I'm sorry. He's gonna pay for me. The forbidden lore, which kind of explains this a little bit, is Mr. Holden Cliff used to be he said he used to be something of a card shark, and he was really fucking good at it. And you learn this at one point, I think in part 3. And he basically just fucking wrecks you and your mom's playing the game because he's so fucking good at it. Which, I guess it runs in the family. I guess they're all fucking masters at cards at this point. I don't know. Daddy is funding you. Stop. No. I'm hot. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he had propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never see. If I was not a 13-year-old in this context, this isn't sending my character. My character is 13. This is sending me. Oh my god. You appreciate his offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You felt awkward about this situation. His shirty and this was pretty appealing. Cove's dad was full of pleasant surprises. You can let me pay for Little, she's my friend. No! Cove, I love you. Don't ruin this. Don't take this from me. Mr. Holden grinned.
Good.
Alright, bud, I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kira softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No big... They have a $5 buy-in for Goldfish. For Go Fish. $5 for Go Fish? Is this what Nevada does to people? Is this what Savvy's gonna be like? She's gonna show up one day and be like, throw down, I have cards.
Do you mind?
What do you think? I'll join. I didn't know she was still watching. I'd love to play. I'll get my ass handed to me by this fucking family. Crazy ass cards flinging family. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. You were really good at Go Fish. You were decent at Go Fish. You left it all to luck. You were always I'm good. How are you bad at Go Fish? Savvy's gonna come back a card show. You usually won when you played with your family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play that game with you anymore. She's a sore fucking loser. Get good. Fantastic. These three are gonna kick my ass. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but we're still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking of yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kira nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Get 'em. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. Yep. In reaction to your words, Mr. Holden smirked and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. It's so fucking hot. I've never been so excited to get my ass handed to me and Go Fish. Hot boys. They're so cute. Kira's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants. Oh, that he used to wear. Oh, he doesn't have his shark pants anymore? Lame. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in the empty space in front of them. This is intense. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Are you flirting with me? Once this was done, Kira began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time. Oh no. I'm scared. I'm intimidated. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right there, letting me win, which meant you had money to keep playing for a second round. You're a natural. They're gonna, like, turn it around. They're gonna kick my ass. Nicely done. You'd better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. Yep. They wanted to give me some money so I could play. As the night went on, so did the games. When did they kick my ass? Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kira acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled. Oh my god, they're fucking dorks. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games too. Oh, you had a hefty money pile on the side of. Oh, it's because it's luck. It's a luck-based game. You must regret paying Little's way in now, huh? No way. Yeah, because he knows I'm gonna buy him stuff with that money. Little might be beating me, but she's also beating you two. Yeah, I fucking am. Cove turned towards you with a smile, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom. Oh. He's so impressed. He's showing off his girlfriend. You grinned at him, touched by his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways and not just through more rounds of cards. I'm not giving this fucking money back. I'm gonna go buy ice cream. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool. Yes, they are. They are also fucking sexy. You were glad you got this chance to come over and spend time with the three of them. Adopt me. No! Bring them back! I'm gonna go get, like a water or something real fast before we start the next one. Because I do a lot of reading and my throat gets, like, the goopy. I'll be back in just a second. Guys, I'm sad. I went to go get like cranberry juice because I thought we still had some. But the boo drank it. So sad. Okay. Soiree. And then we get to road trip. And I really like road trip. That's why it's the last one. It's really fucking good. Alright. And I've never done this one. This one's new. You whiled away the morning doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities of your afternoon that your moms approached you.
Hi.
Hi, Moms. Hi, little. You okay? I'm fine. What? Why? Mouth full, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the oh god. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for the meal, but neither of them brought anything. Are we about to have some kind of talk? I don't want to do that. Great. We wanted you to have... No! 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 I don't want to have a chat. The qualifier, little, did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. I don't want to do this. I take it back. I don't want to be here. It was unsettling. You perked up, your mind full of exciting possibilities. I'm nervous. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on, stomach churning, you waited for them to fill you in.
There.
Oh, don't look so worried, it's nothing scary, promise. I don't believe you. Parents always say that. It's not true. There's a soiree at the Sea Press tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Sea Press was the country club your moms were a part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they were having some event or other with fancy names like soiree. I'm pretty sure that's just it just means party. Chewing your lip, you wondered what this had to do with you. Am I invited? Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. Or do I have a babysitter? We'll decide to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time. Why does Elizabeth? You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth night to party with no family around. Not yours. Sorry, we've got to wait a couple more. That's weird. We can't just both stay, I guess. I mean, I guess that would mean she was babysitting me, but I don't know, whatever. That's not fair. You were disappointed by the news. Alright, what's this soiree going to be like? That's a weird choice for them, I think. Whatever. I'm glad you're so understanding, and don't worry, we're not leaving you out. We want you to have a special night too. I don't want to go to parties. I don't like people. Intrigued, you grinned at your moms and listened. Especially not like nice parties where I have to. I don't want to do it. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the Yes, please just tell me what you want me to do. I'm like already tired. I don't want to do this party thing. Since it's a pretty fancy party, I don't want to do it. That's still chaperoned. And attendees are allowed to bring a guest. We thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself. As a date. No. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your mom's continued, and it was a struggle to keep up. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
Isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party, and you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. So does that mean I can pick somebody other than Cove? That'd be weird. That's amazing. How disappointing. I don't even know how, yeah. Your parents were smiling at you, clearly expecting a response, but you were still too shocked to formulate anything of the kind. You hadn't imagined this was where the talk was going. Yes, they are setting me up on a date. They're like, they didn't get to sleep over, so... This four-way isn't until tomorrow! That's not a lot of time. So we've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're headed out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. I'm going to bring Cove's dad. Your moms arose from their chairs in unison, disappearing into another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. You felt you should finish eating. You lost your appetite. You were glad to get back to eating. You wolfed down the rest of your food, clearing your plates as you thought about how you'd like to spend tomorrow evening. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was struck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be best. You wanted it to be a date. You didn't want to bring anyone. It was too soon to pick one way or the other. Oh god. Can it not, like, be both? Can it not be, like, come as my friend, but it be cute? Date. Okay. The prospect of having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid in your bed contemplating the possibility. Baby. It's not that big of a deal, I promise. That night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of what came from what you'd seen on TV and movies and what you'd heard about... It doesn't have to be that dramatic. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth segues before tearing them down and oh my god. You realize that you'd been mentally scripting Cove as the one you were asking. It had been his name repeated in your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. Yeah, it's not that dramatic, baby. You don't even have to tell him it's a date. You can just be like, hey, I'm allowed to bring a guest. Of course I'm gonna bring you, and we're gonna dress up, and it'll be nice, and I just want to spend time with you. Right? Like, I don't think it has to be quite this extreme, but I can totally see a 13-year-old over fucking exaggerating it. You bury your face in your pillow, not wanting to continue after noticing. You laugh awkwardly to yourself. Smiling, you closed your eyes at the daydream crystallizing in your head. I feel like I would be embarrassed, but I don't want to stop thinking about him. He's cute. You couldn't help but find it funny how the idea of possible romance made your thoughts go to him so effortlessly. Ah! They're so cute. You grew up as friends, and technically that's what you still were. but there was no way to hide what you really thought about him from yourself. Oh, it's so cute! You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him even if you wanted to, and you didn't. So cute. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky to his house. Now you're looking at his house. You watch the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to take a walk. But it's hot out. No. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path on a whim. Okay, but it's hot out. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. Yeah, sounds right. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt, a lone figure standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Yeah, 'cause he's so fucking tall. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's, and made sense that you'd find him here. He always was in his element by the sea. He didn't invite me? What? Come on. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. Oh no. You smiled, you waved, you called out. You nervously headed closer. You confidently headed closer. Hi, Cove. Heart pounding, you thrust your arm into the air and waved for Cove's attention. Cove smiled at you, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun, with his hair gently tousled by the sea breeze. He looked especially charmed. Oh no! He then fully turned around and began to wade through the water over to the shore. Hot boy. You wanted him to get to you already. You could hardly wait to talk about— oh god. You hoped he took his time to come over. You were nervous. You relaxed. After running into him, you were alright with all of this. I guess I'm nervous. If I'm over here, like, if I'm already overthinking it, I'd be fucking nervous as shit. Instead of standing at the shore, you felt like you were on the edge of a cliff. Oh, that's extreme. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you, between leaping into the world of the unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar. So I'm wondering if I do the DLC at a lower level, or if I pick, like, I wanted to go as friends option, or if I had a lower relationship level with Cove, if it would have given me someone else I could have picked, right? Like, if it would have given me other options. But since I picked date and I have a crush on Cove, this is where it leads me. I'm not sure. I don't know. Well, yeah, because the game actually gives you those. So when I did this whole route last time, we were only friends. We were not crushes yet. And so there's a lot of stuff that just didn't end up happening. Or does end up happening. Like, I think we totally missed the bit when you were talking to your— yeah. But there's also, like, a bit during this part of the game where, since we're at the end, basically, it didn't happen, so I guess it just goes away. If you're only friends with Cove and you don't have a crush on him, there's a scene you get with Derek. And Derek takes you away and you guys are kind of like hanging out, and he does this thing where he's like, you know, I've heard about people making pacts that if they aren't together with somebody after a certain age, you know, they get married and end up together. And you basically can make a promise with him that if, like, you don't have anybody in your life by the time you're 23, you and Derek will get together. And of course, you make this promise when you're 13 and it's cute. But we didn't see that this time because we have a crush on Cove. But I actually really liked that interaction because I thought it was really cute. Like you said, your first time you told her Cove's dad was hot and you could tell her, and this time it didn't even give me the option. Because last time she asks if you have a crush on anyone, and then this time around she asks you, she says something like, tell me what's going on with you and Cove, and those are the two different dialogues that end up happening. So I think it's pretty cool, and I'm wondering like what the difference in this would have been if the relationship was different. Ooh, he's so cute. Hey little, are you feeling free right now? Oh, are you free right now? Not exactly. I've come with a very specific question. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at a country club. You winced at your abrupt transition to the topic and hoped that Cove wouldn't mind. He'd been known to dive into new and unconnected topics in the middle of conversation, after all. Yes, we both do that. It's fine. I do that in real life. A soiree sounds, exciting? Sure. He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing hadn't sparked much interest. Same. Don't worry, I don't really want to go either. Your heart, which had lodged itself somewhere in your throat when you'd spotted him, dropped. Oh, no! We know he doesn't like parties, but maybe he'll enjoy being with us? You stared at him, weighing your options. Cove tilted his head curiously as you fumbled with what to say next. Who better to invite on your first real date than Cove, the only person who could make you giddy with just a smile. But you were afraid he'd think it was boring, or worse, wouldn't want to go with you as a date. Oh no. He won't reject me. He's a sweetie. He obviously fucking adores you. You resolved to make it a date. You asked him to join as a friend only. You decided not to ask him at all. You didn't want to force him to come. You decided not to ask him at all. You didn't feel like having a guest. I don't want to force him. He can say no. He can say no and it be okay. Oh, but I do want him to, I still want to ask him. I don't know. I don't know which one I want. I think he might. I'm stressing myself out over something so stupid. Get it together. Get it together. You committed to this, and it's spooky, but you gotta shoot your shot sometime. Closing your clammy fists, you swallowed and tried to conjure up the right words. Do it, baby! Cove continued to watch you expectantly. It might have been easier to do this right now if he was wearing something other than just a swim... Yeah. Little? Stop! Shh! I'm trying to think. Cove, I want you to be my date to the party. Do you want to go on a date with me? My parents said it would be alright if I brought a date, and... Would you go to the party with me as a practice date? Ooh, don't like that. Okay, so really for me it's between these two. The stuttering, do you want to go on a date with me? And my parents said it would be alright if I brought a date. Which one do we think? This one is kind of like, this one would be easier because you can like distance yourself a tiny bit from it. But I also kind of want her to at least try and go all in. I'm torn. I'm about to flip a coin. Get my water out of the way so I don't fucking... That's cool. We're about to decide what I'm doing. I didn't call it. Second one heads, third one tails. The words tumbled out of your mouth. It was a miracle that they were all in the right order. Caught off guard, he lifted his hand in front of his chest out of surprise, and then he packed them down in a cross over his chest. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes. He still couldn't hide the flush in his cheeks. No! Two very embarrassed babies.
Oh my god.
Are you serious? Ah! I'm as serious as something serious. Very serious. His lips were pressed tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell that he was nervous, but that was always easy to pick up on him. After a moment, he inclined his head, dipping it in a nod so slight that you might have missed it had you been able to tear your eyes away from him. Aww. Shy babies, embarrassed babies, they're so cute. You're welcome. Really? Cove closed his eyes. Trapped in his awkward pose, he was gripping his arms so tight that the skin around his knuckles was fully... Aw, baby. Are you okay? I'm not okay. Cove exhaled at last, letting out a sigh that stretched into another tense silence. His stance loosened, his arms stayed crossed over his chest, but he was no longer clutching them like a shield. Shy baby. So embarrassed. You didn't want to be the one to break the quiet. No. I'm just gonna be like, okay, bye. Thanks, little. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad and mom too. Right. I've gotta let my moms know you're going. Can you come with me? Yeah. It was a relief that he thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you got to your house, he'd be able to manage full sentences once more. Babies, so cute. Cove went to where he'd discharged his things in the sand, tugging a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. Cuties. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. Mom, I brought my boyfriend! It was an action you'd taken together countless times, but your stomach had never turned quite like this on previous occasions. It's so cute. It's adorable. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall. Hello? Oh, Cove, it's you! We're so surprised! Well, no, they're not. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Yeah, that's true. Hi, Miss Flame. It's nice to see you. So I take it Cove's going to be our guest tomorrow. Why was it even in question? It was never in question. Yep. And what kind of outing will... Stop asking me that! Stop! It's embarrassing. Her voice was hesitant, but serious. That doesn't matter to you. Cove ducked his head down reflexively. You knew that he'd figured out what she was It doesn't matter. It's a date. You know what it is. What does it look like? You can't bring yourself... Mom interpreted your mutual silence and nodded in understanding. Embarrassed babies. She wore a wispy smile. Aw man, that sleepover's never gonna happen now. Mom is gonna be thrilled about this. Cove tilted his head back up just slightly. He peeked through the longer strands of his hair. Just her? Miss King? Even if you'd not been able to see his wide, worried eyes, you would have heard the anxiety in his voice. Your mom sighed and patted him on the arm. Huh? Oh, Cove, you're a great kid. Most parents hope that their kid meets such a special person someday. Wait. Does Mom not approve of Cove? She glanced aside a while. Mom! Someday is the real Mom! But you just had to move in right across the street at 8 years old. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on each of Cove's shoulders. If you ever hurt my daughter, I'll fucking kill you.
Okay.
Cove, I hope you're planning on being very good to Little. And I'm not just talking about tomorrow. Oh, she is. She's doing the thing. Mom, please don't. She nudged him playfully on the cheek with a fist, and Cove, who had been blushing when it all began, was now as red as an heirloom tomato. Mom, please, you're embarrassing me. Okay, yeah, I was, or will. You're making him uncomfortable. Stop embarrassing me. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Cove's definitely going to be good to me. Come on, Cove, what kind of answers? Please stop embarrassing me. You covered your eyes with your hands, wishing it had been Ma down here when you had come home. Then again, Ma would have been just as embarrassing, but in a different way. She might even have cried. Oh. He didn't speak further, his eyes locked down on his shuffling feet. As he rubbed the scar in his arm, the redness remained intact. Shy babies, embarrassed babies. I've put Cove through the ringer already. The big day isn't even here. Yes, Mom, please stop intimidating my boyfriend. You wondered if that meant she intended to give a repeat of this performance tomorrow. You were afraid to find out. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She headed off to get the phone, leaving the two of you alone. Cove's eyes darted to you, and he shot you a quick, delicate smile before staring at the ground again. Thanks for dealing with my crazy moms. I'm gonna go across the street and talk to my parents. Okay, please don't leave me alone. See you tomorrow. He retreated from your home's entryway without... Oh, the rest of the afternoon passed by. Use a different word. Use like a code word or something, Scrawl. I'm not threatening Rabbit, I promise. Use like banana or something stupid. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was something, but not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. Oh. You were thrilled that Cove had actually said yes, that he was your genuine date to the party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overawed by the overawe. Weird. That's not a word I've seen before. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. You make my daughter cry, and I'll kill you. Oh, yeah. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. But Mom's gonna bitch if I don't. You looked for something formal, you wanted to keep it casual, you wondered how Cove might feel about... That is the determining factor. You couldn't help but consider how he would respond to the way you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy, or would it reinforce the weirdness of the situation? He might like it. He's just shy. Your mind drifted across the street. Was Cove going through these same steps right now, staring at his wardrobe and trying to decide what to wear? I don't know. Probably. Kids are spastic. You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself or if he'd wear his usual attire. It'd be so much easier if you knew what he was going to do. Oh yeah, we don't even get to match. It'd be cute. You didn't want to look stupid in front of Cove. You wanted to impress Cove. You didn't want to come across too excited. You didn't want to look like you were taking this too seriously. You wanted him to see you in a new light. Ooh, okay. So this is fair, because we've already talked about how this is a change in the dynamic that they're doing now. That they are trying something new. So, this might be fair. But these are also fair. I want this one. Because it's not necessarily that I want to impress him as much as we're doing something different now. You looked for something formal. I will keep it to dress code. You attempted to decide between nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because, well, I'll never get to wear all this shit again anyway. You felt like you had to. You honestly liked dressing up. You were dressing to impress. You ought to put the things you owned to use. You wanted to make Ma happy. This one for the most part. It was a little depressing. They were high-quality clothes, but the labels meant that they hardly got to see the world out. Yes, I have real clothes like this. Most of my clothes, actually, because I live in PJ pants and t-shirts. You could at least give them this chance to fulfill their function in life. Yep. Go ahead and put jewelry on, too. There's not another chance you're gonna do it. To start, you decide... Ooh! Outfit time! A dress, a blouse, a button... Ooh! Do I want to go full dress? I kind of like dresses. It depends on the dress. Button-down shirts are cute too. We'll go full dress. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The one you picked was light and had a sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers and you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. Cute. It's probably purple. Can it be purple? You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zippers, and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. I probably would have gotten help, because those dresses are usually a bitch to zip. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd gotten the opportunity to wear this. Yeah, I never get to wear my nice clothes. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs. Do I get shoes? Ready to head out. Fine. You found your mom already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto, ew, and Mom trying to fasten the bracelet single-handedly. Ma having, like, nice shoes over here. Barefoot to the movie, barefoot to the party. They're so pretty! Wait, I didn't actually expect them to have new outfits! They're so cute! Look at them! Look at Mama! I love her little shawl thing! And I would never wear this in my life. This lace looks so uncomfortable, but it's really pretty on her. And she has the little suit. Oh my god, it's so cute. I'm sorry. Oh, Little, you look so nice, don't you think?
Thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, Little. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. Please don't torment my boyfriend. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. I can't do this she. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall, seeing where the hands were pointing, and frown creased her face. When's Cove going to be here? Did you know? Oh, I told him. He's getting here at 7. Soon, probably. I'm not sure. I'm picking him up at his place. I'll go get him. He's getting here at 7. Mom pursed her lips as she stared at the hands of the ticking by the clock. Alright, if he's not here in 5, I'll give his house a call. Again, I can just go across and get him. Elizabeth flitted down the stairs, her eyes narrowed. Do you approve my outfit, sister? Oh, okay. You don't have to be like that about it. Yes, but not for much longer. Wait, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye, and I want to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, taking them off on her fingers. No ordering takeout or other deliveries. You can't have anyone else come over. Lame. Uh-huh. She nodded, resigning to her fate, listening to the set of rules she could predict without so much as a glance at a crystal. Okay. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. You know which one I would pick. Keep the noise down. This house might be empty, but there are people all around the neighborhood. She's not gonna, like, blow down the house by herself. She's just gonna vibe and, like, eat potato chips. Usual house rules still apply. Don't do anything that you wouldn't do if we were here. And we'll be back no later than 11:30 p.m., but we'll call if there is any issues. So don't tie up the phone line all night. Right, all done. Can I go now? Ma strode over and swept Elizabeth up in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looking much less like a smug teenager she acted like. She's gonna fucking watch TV and eat snacks. Yeah, that's exactly what I did as a fucking teenager. They're like, here's all these rules about staying home alone, and I just sat there and ate fucking cookies. And watched Adult Swim. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't a quick departure that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of it ending soon vanished as Mom joined in the hug. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday. Oh god. Parents. Elizabeth groaned, trying to cut their reminiscing off without success. You sighed and stayed well clear of the love pile. You felt sorry for your sister. You were glad you weren't the one getting the treatment. As the baby of the family, you knew that routine far too well.
Jeez.
Can you all just go? I want to eat my cookies. Your family disentangled from the hug in time to catch the doorbell ringing. Oh, it's Cove. Oh no. Oh, the guest of... Don't. Mom. Please. You're gonna embarrass him. He's gonna run away. She raced over to the door as Ma predicted. Cove had arrived, and he was ushered inside. You look very nice, Cove. What does he look like? Oh! He's so cute! He looked around the room, searching for a way out of that conversation before his eyes met yours. Ma, don't mess this up for me! Cove pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. You watched him taking in your outfit, swallowing and grinning at you again. Oh! Yes! It had the perfect effect. Hi, Cove.
It's nice.
You look really nice. You too. You look great. This is awkward. I'm glad you got to do this. Going to a place dressed up, I mean. Oh, I didn't think he would like to get dressed up. His words took you by surprise, but after the earlier worries about your appearance, you were welcome. They were a welcome balm for your nerves. Oh, cuties. You attempted to control the grin spreading across your face. The small statement had made a big impact. Oh, it really does, though. It's so cute. You're looking good, too. I wish I could say... Oh! What? He looks great. What is that you're wearing? You look wonderful. He smiled bashfully. Thank you. Now that Mom had finished her the rules to Elizabeth, who then scurried off to the sanctuary of her room, she came over to greet Cove. Hi, Cove. Nice to have you along for the ride. Please don't kill him, Mom. Thank you for letting me come.
You're welcome.
It's no trouble, you're always welcome. It's so cute! They're so cute! Mom's eyebrows rose in twin lines of concern. Why are you concerned? Let's all remember that for the foreseeable future, we'll be neighbors who have to see each other every day. Mom. Yeah? What the heck is happening? Cove looked helplessly at your mom. Luckily, Ma came over and rescued him. What does that mean? Mom's the cautious sort, sweetie. You don't need to worry, so... Is this like she's worried something's gonna go wrong? She didn't intend to scare him. Ma laid a hand on her shoulder. We should get to the car. There's nothing fashionable about being late. As you made to follow your mom's, Cove held out a hand. Pausing, you waited for an explanation. He wilted under the force of your attention, letting out a long sigh. Take his fucking hand! Both my dad and my mom insisted that, since this is a date... He paused, pushing the hair back from his burning face and forced himself to continue. Take his fucking hand! It's a date and kind of a fancy party. I needed to bring something for you for inviting me. Oh, did he... I swear to God. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise. You blinked, unsure if you'd slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. Oh, I wonder if I could have gotten him a gift. That'd be cute. You got me a present? It's your company. That's enough. Not really. Just this. He reached behind himself to take something out of his back pocket. His hand returned to view with him holding a single small snapdragon. By the that was the one! That was the one I said I liked! Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. Take his fucking hand! Take it! Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. I don't like this flower. That was the one I said I liked when I think they had a conversation. I don't know if it was earlier when they were 13 or if it was when they were 8 and I got to pick flowers or something. He twitched ever so slightly. Was that on purpose? You remembered my favorite flower and got one for me. His voice cracked under the strain of being confronted on what he had done. Yeah, I caught that. You were paying attention. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, he's so fucking cute. You didn't need to do this. I'm sorry I didn't get you anything. Thank you, Cove. You left the conversation there. You're so wonderful. He sputtered a weak laugh out of sheer anxiousness rather than humor. Take his fucking hand. Take his fucking hand. I'm not. You're the one. Oh! Oh! No, I think you... Oh god, stop. No, it's too cute. Stop, please. He didn't have it in him to continue the conversation, even if that meant not being able to refute your assessment. Then you accepted the flower from him. Cove straightened himself out in response. It's so pretty and cute. So we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Yeah, don't worry, Mom's gonna yell at us. We better hurry. Take his hand! Take his hand! You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of the lights sleepily warming the oh my god. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through the decoration, with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to the festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music, and as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Buffet? Do I get to pick my food? Destination reached, your parents rounded on you and Cove. Oh, don't give me ground rules too. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Have fun.
Have fun, we'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
Bye. Cove waved your moms off. Once they'd retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. I don't expect anything I don't fucking know what we're doing. What now? I don't know! It wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell that he definitely didn't know what to do with himself. Me neither, babe. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. We'll have to wait for some things to start, like the band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove perked up at that.
Really?
Do you want to do any of those, whatever they are? We can do what I actually do at parties like this, which is go walk around. Like, go walk around in, like, the less kind of people... So, like, in this picture, we would go walk around the pond. Just go walk around the pond, take a little walk, stay away from all the people. You introduced to the people of your country club. You took a seat to relax. You checked the snacks and the refreshment. We can go eat some food now. Even the music hasn't started yet. Yeah, there's nothing else better to do. I'm not gonna introduce people. That's okay. It's not too soon. I mean, as long as we don't eat too much. Yeah, I only like these parties because of the free food. Real life. I knew you'd just come for the free food. Yep, I wondered what they'd have this time. No one will mind, really. Okay. He looks so good in that shirt. It's so cute. The two of you wandered over to the refreshments table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they'd left the kitchens. It's so cute. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty. Oh, what is this? Like tapas. Just from the level of care with which it was presented, it was clear that it was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then the other, confused. I think I know some of this? I don't. Gross. And only some of it is any good. This is good stuff. It's probably good stuff. It is? Yeah. You picked one of the nearby morsels up and presented it in front of Cove to observe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf of bread with stuff on top. Ooh, that sounds good though. It has to be small so you've got room to try lots of different things. Yeah. Cove's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was on offer. It made you feel sophisticated. I don't know about that. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. We're gonna try everything. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. Oh, yep. Competitive tapas eating. I'm gonna try it. What, everything? He picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another, and another. Soon, you realized he was taking one of every single type. You and me both, baby. You're taking everything? Yes, and so are you. Uh-huh, why not? You joined him in sampling everything. Yes! You might be stuffed afterwards, but that was a problem for your future self. Right now, you were going to enjoy the feast to a full. Here's the thing about these. You eat a little bit at the beginning. You walk around, you do some dancing, blah blah blah. You come linger around back later. A lot of it will be cleared out, but then you can just pick out the leftovers and you'll be hungry again. It's fine. Cove nibbled his way through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste. Ooh, what was it? What was it? I can't think of anything quite that bad. Yet these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing through, moving on to the next snack with an open mind. Oh, I'm so proud of him. He always seemed so picky. There were more food. He was neutral about dismissing them with a shrug. But best of all were his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Oh, happy baby. Each time it caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from weary curiosity to skeptical interest before making way for astonished enjoyment. You gotta keep notes of which ones you like. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. So simple and cute. You thought that was nice. I mean, that's exactly what I would do. After going through a round of sampling, you continued munching on the refreshments, waiting for music. You moved on to something else. We'll just wait for, there's nothing else I want to do. Also, that probably took a lot of time. In no time at all, the sun set in full, the lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song. Don't make me dance, I'm 13. Wait, I just don't do it. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. Yeah, they're small, so you can try a bunch of them. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager, and even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. Don't make me dance, please. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. I'm nervous for them. You went to see what your moms were up to. You watched the band perform. You asked Cove to dance. I don't want to ask him. Why do I have to do it? Why can't he do it? I'm too embarrassed to ask him this stuff. Sure. Sure. Oh! So would you like to dance, maybe? Hey, Cove, let's dance. Cove, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? That's formal. Come on, it's time to dance. I'd like to dance with you, if that's okay. He blurted the word out without thinking and then clamped his hand over his mouth before anything else could slip out. I mean, if you want to. I guess. We don't have to, it's fine. Really? He sucked in a deep breath as if trying to inhale confidence as well as oxygen into his lungs. He gave a single serious nod before holding a trembling hand out towards you. Oh. Cuties! You felt confident, you felt nervous right along with him. Taking a steady breath, you reminded yourself that nothing here could hurt you, physically at any rate. Yeah. Break my stupid heart, though. This train of thought was leading you down tunnels of potential embarrassment, so you tried to keep your mind on the moment. You took Cove's outstretched hand. His skin was hot and damp, but yours was probably no better. You squeezed it, giving him an empathetic smile, and together you carefully made your way onto the dance floor. Nervous babies. You took your places, standing before each other, hands still intertwined. Frowning, Cove assessed the situation, trying to puzzle it out like a math problem, before putting his remaining free hand on your shoulder. Ah! You repositioned his hand to your waist. You... Make a move? Making moves? This is making moves tonight. Gently, you took his hand from your shoulder and moved it lower, down for the dance. His eyes shook at the touch. From how tense his arm was, you knew Cove was fighting the urge to pull away. But ultimately, he smiled shyly at you, and his grip on your other hand tightened. Cove towered. Yeah, he's tall and I'm short. You'd long been aware of your height difference, but readying yourself to dance had brought them to the forefront once more. Cove awkwardly glanced down at you from the corner of his eyes, looking almost apologetic. Maybe I should have worn heels. The music had begun. You both moved, eagerly trying to catch up to it, but your feet took you in the opposite directions. Oh yes, neither of them know what they're doing. It's so cute. Fumbling, the two of you shuffled from side to side, attempting to mirror each other's movements, but always winding up at odds. Yeah. That's okay. You can just do the little stupid one where you, like, rock back and forth. That's fine, too. It was difficult. Cove was struggling just coordinating his own limbs to the rhythm, let alone matching your movements. When Cove's foot ghosted over yours, it was decided it'd be safest for everyone if you simply swayed to the tune. There you go. You rooted yourself to the floor, your torso gently moving to the sounds. Yep. Gotta do the awkward sway. Gratefully, Cove kept his movements small and subtle in the same way. Tiny steps. All was fine for a little while. You weren't going to win any dance accolades with Cove, but that didn't matter when you were treasuring just being so close. Yes, that's the important part here. Don't worry about the dancing part. He's so happy! Cove stepped out of sync with the music, knocking against you. He flinched back, nearly pulling you over in the process. Oh? Help the baby! You took a hand from him and held it up, halting proceedings so you could both get your bearings once more. We should have stuck to the hokey pokey. It's okay. Dancing is harder than I thought. I'm signing you up for dance lessons. Not that serious. You quietly took a break. It's all good, babe. Instead of fully accepting the reassurance, Cove looked off. Do you want to stop? We can stop. Thanks. Baby, it's fine. When you took Cove's hand once more and gingerly resumed swaying to the music, Cove reluctantly followed suit. His steps small and apprehensive, he mumbled something. Baby, it's fine. It's okay. This is a long song. Aw. You weren't sure how to take that, whether it meant that something was wrong, or if Cove didn't really like dancing, or if he didn't like dancing with you specific- No! No! Stop! No! It made the last couple minutes of the song uncomfortable as you weighed up what to do and what to say to Cove. We can stop. It's fine. We'll just go sit. That's okay. When the musicians laid their instruments down, Cove dropped your hands as if they were burning him. He trailed off the dance floor as quickly as he could without breaking into an outright run. My heart! No. In truth, you'd bet even that was faster than most people here could manage. You had difficulty trailing him before he could get lost in the crowd. Ow, my heart. When you caught up, he said nothing. You tried to get him into doing something else, but eliciting anything from him was now... What happened? I'm so confused. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was finding the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. Poor baby. His gaze was roaming with how far away his eyes seemed. Whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before you could say anything else. I guess he's just overwhelmed, maybe. It's too much. I want to sit down. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. That's cool. Cove began to move and you instinctively followed him, yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables as you'd expected, Cove ignored them and he purposely strode out of the party area. Oh, I knew this was going to happen. They brought it up like 3 different times about leaving the area. Where are you going? Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward, out onto the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clods of earth dislodging in games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet, even in daylight. Yes, as somebody who has walked a golf course, it's fucking awful. In heels! It was terrible. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have had any difficulty traversing the uneven... Yeah, because he has flat shoes. Oh, baby! He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unaware over what was going on. Baby! Are you alright? Why are we here? What's wrong? Why'd you drag us out here? Look at us breaking the rules. You didn't say anything. Are you alright? Cove stared as if he'd acted on instinct and your questions had brought him around to reality again. Hi, baby. Sorry, I'm okay. Yeah, he's just overwhelmed, I think. I think it's too many people. It's nice over here. You weren't arguing with that statement, but it hardly answered your question. It would have to do for now. You can go back to the party. No! You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. You didn't want to leave him behind. You were glad to... I'm not fucking leaving him. I'm not gonna leave you here. And I'm not gonna drag you back if you don't want to. Thanks. Yee. Now that Cove was more at ease, you tried to find out what was caused him to take flight in the first place. Probably overwhelmed by people. Even thinking the words pained you, but you had to know the answer. Did going to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Oh, babies! Logically, you knew that the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart strained with the worry that you had been at fault, though. God. Babies. Was it because I made you dance? His abrupt departure from that was another indicator that something had gone awry.
What?
No. He shook his head apathetically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Relief overcame you. You'd suspected as much, but with this being your very first date, it was hard to be sure. Ah! Cove attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back to the party. I just feel ready to go home. Okay. To your home planet. Don't try running that far. You kept quiet. I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore. I don't want to ruin their night. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortably warm wind rustled between you, tousling his hair. Sad baby. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party you could even make out the quiet sound of crickets chirping. Nice. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? Yes. You liked him from that very first day. It's so weird that was a long time ago now. You thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. He looked so sad. That had been late too. On a clear night like tonight, looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars that were looking down were the same ones as then. Kind of. Space is weird. Ko's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from this worry. When he'd first sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest and arms wrapped around them. He'd unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to gesticulate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. Yeah, he just needed some air, some time away. It's okay. The small smile that had crept onto his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. Why? I can't believe I'm on a date. Oh, sorry. Ko followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. Okay. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back, but not because I really didn't want to do it, but because, I don't know. Oh, shit. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class, even though it was just me and you doing something like we always do. I made it weird, didn't I? I'm sorry. He charged on, his words streaming out. I still could do it because thinking about not being there and you, and what you might think if I did take it back, made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt. If you didn't want to go, you could have told me, baby. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, little. I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. Baby, it's fine. You don't need to apologize. You sadly hung your head. I'm sorry it made you feel bad. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. You smiled at him. You didn't have to come. You could have told me. All of these are valid. After all of this, he had just been feeling bad. If that's how it was going to be, you wished none of it had happened in the first place. Yeah, if he was so miserable, I don't want him to be here. I did want to be here. I do want to be here. I'm not wishing I stayed home or that this party never came. Didn't sound like that. You wanted to take it back. He moved his head to look you straight on, eyes meeting yours.
No way.
Yeah, I did, but it's not because I hate parties or because I hate you. I never could. That's not what I said. That's not what I was implying. It's just me. There's lots of stuff I want to feel okay doing, and I just don't. I can't explain why. I don't even know why. The problem isn't that somebody is trying to include me, you're the one who doesn't have to keep doing things. I'm like this, I always am, and then I make you feel bad, nobody's going to force you to keep trying. Okay. But if you do, then I'm gonna keep trying to. Oh, baby. Then there's something I want to do, and I start to feel bad for some reason. I don't want to give up on that and run away, especially if it's for you. Baby. He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact. Because I want to keep doing things with you no matter what. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Because when I do whatever it is for real, and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does. So thanks for inviting me, little. It was something really special. Ah! Thanks for coming and telling me all of that. You're welcome. It's special to me too. You're pretty lucky to have me. Okay, I think about what you told me. You nodded without another word. It always made you feel secure to lean against Cove, having him support you in the most literal of senses. I wonder if it did pick up that I keep picking that option. Or if that was just a thing. Cove stood up without warning, support gone. You threw out an arm to catch yourself from toppling over. At that point, you didn't have much choice but to join him on your feet. Hey! Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off of the side of his legs. Do you feel better?
Wanna dance with
Oh!
me?
Yes? You already danced with me. I don't think you had a good time. It's a dance party, right? He's trying so hard. He trailed off, brows furrowed, as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you again before it's over. With the only words he had to explain gone, he just held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. Baby. I want to dance with you too. No thanks. Damn. You nodded quietly. You shook your head. I mean, if he's asking, of course I want to say yes. Then you reached for his hand and took it in yours. You returned hand in hand. With the party reaching the end of a long evening, dancing couples were becoming scarce. How long were we over there? One pair among many were hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spot. Oh no, never mind, I don't want to do this. Not that there were many left. I take it back. I take it back, I don't want to be here. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipating crowd. This time there was spring in his step, and you walked into the dance floor together. Aww. Cove kept hold of the hand you had given him back on the little hill. Remembering your earlier attempt at dancing, he placed his free hand on your waist, all on his own, though still with a touch of trepidation. Baby. Oh, hello. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in progress before you stepped out into the dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. When the next beat drops. Well, the same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form, taking that as your starting point. You cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. Aw, don't follow me. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened to you. Cuties. Unlike before, when you had nervously looked down at his feet, When he had nervously looked down at his feet as if trying to keep them in check, his eyes were steady. He didn't even allow himself to be shaken when your knees knocked against each other and you both briefly fumbled your steps. Yee. Instead, he chuckled, and it was as soft as a roll in the morning tide. His lips curved into a shy crescent. You had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one that you'd never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Ooh! Baby! Your heart was caught in a clinch, held tight and yet straining with the effort of something harder than it had after any amount of physical exertion. As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with increasing strength, and he pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. Ah. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased, and the both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away as you took in the small moment. They're so cute! All too soon, the song reached its conclusions. You could have continued quite contently for some time more. Babies! You stilled one hand of yours in his. Cove showed no sign of moving either. It was hard to... Then don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. You heard your name called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling at you in Cove. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head. Why?
Sorry.
It's time to go home. Lonnie, I had to get hold of them somehow. What did you... Oh, because she was yelling over the crowd. Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she'd announced her arrival. Jesus. Cove looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until he was out of the grounds. You hold that hand, you don't let him get away. He'll disappear. Despite Cove's reaction to the scene with your moms, to you it had been a perfect ending to the evening. Cute. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Cove once more before the night was over. And it definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house. Sure.
So,
That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just... Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. It was something. It was stressful. Ma was smiling too, with the expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick. Okay.
well,
And how was your very oh, Ma, please. Please don't start on them already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Good, well, we'd better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might be standing. You overestimate her. She's watching TV. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you as you watched, wondering what he was looking at. He came around and met your gaze. Kiss! Kiss the boy! It was strange. Though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. Okay. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, while dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play towards something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Kiss the boy! I don't think we get to kiss when we're 13. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time, and your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove trailed after them, you felt childlike once more. Yay! It's so cute. Alright, last one for tonight, and we'll be done. Oh, and then we have to do the epilogue for the 13. And then, next time, we get to start on the 19 group. 19? Yes, 19. That one's pretty good. Even though you were awake, the sun was barely peeking its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightning by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Yes. I think at 19, I think at the beginning of the 19, there's a prompt. The game will prompt you to be like how, interactive you want to be with Cove romantically. This was from the game devs to like assure that like he doesn't make moves that make the player uncomfortable, but I go all in all the time. I want him to go for it. So yeah, you get to do some kissies at 19. It's cute. Although I didn't get to as much because they weren't dating at the time. They have to be dating to be in certain scenes. Make those moves. Because I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but at the beginning of 19, there's a prompt where you talk about Cove and whether or not he's your boyfriend. I didn't pick that because I wanted to have a confession scene, which I got. But this playthrough, I kind of want to see how different it is if I do make him my boyfriend. Sorry to ask, but does this game have any chapters or none? So they have kind of. So they have 3 steps, which are basically chapters, and it's 8 when you're an 8-year-old, when you're a 13-year-old, when you're 19, and then there's step 4, which is just like an epilogue that goes over everything when you're like 23. And then there's also DLC that I get to do. There's some extra ones. And then in each chapter, there's like the different bits you can do, which are all of these that I'm doing. All of these little sticky notes are just events in the chapter. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Cove's prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper. So big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. These people are filthy fucking rich, by the way. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. That'd be so cool. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed like he was dealing with it as best as he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. Oh? You weren't sure how exactly it had happened, but you knew your parents and Coves spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. I know, it's cute. The music in this game is nice. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. I think it's a fantastic idea. I'll hang out with Cove. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. Yeah. This is like me when my family tries to get together and we have to cram everybody into, like, spaces.
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddo. Okay, Mom. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. She's just too early in the morning for this. Yeah, I'm with Ma. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet. Me. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee when you and me both, Ma. She looks so cozy. You could relate to Ma, it was way too early. Personally, you were raring to go as your mom. You felt like you were in the middle ground. I'm with Ma. You yawned and rubbed your eyes, still sleepy from the early morning wake-up call. The air outside was still damp from dew, and that helped make you a bit more alert. Me and Ma over here drinking coffee. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started, her rattling off critiques adding some level of normalcy to everything that was going on. 16-year-olds. Oh, 15, I forgot. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. The little is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for a big sibling to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Ma just said, quit your bitchin'. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with the answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kira was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth should switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. You were fine with the arrangement. You were excited to sleep in a loft. You felt sharing the bed with your parents was going to be awkward. You were looking forward to sleeping over with your moms. You weren't too happy either, but didn't want to make a fuss. You thought it was unfair Cove had to sleep on the floor. I agree. After all, it was supposed to be a trip for him and his family before yours ended up coming along too. Now he had been kicked out of every bed-like space and put on the floor. There had to be another way to organize things, so it was better for him. You offered to sleep somewhere else. You suggested sharing the loft with Cove. You said nothing about it. I don't think they let me do this. I could sleep on the floor or wherever for one night so Cove could have a turn in the loft instead. You announced your idea to the group and everyone paused from that they were doing to consider it. Cove was taken aback by the consideration, like he hadn't thought about how he had clearly gotten the short end of the stick.
No.
There's no way you'd be sleeping in the back while I'm with moms. There's rarely enough room for 3. We can't add a 4th. Oh, I've slept on floors a couple times. Then I can be on the floor for a night. And he'll be on the floor for one night, and Elizabeth is in the loft.
Sorry.
No can do, little. Sorry. The 3 of us all together down there is bonding time. He just doesn't want to let me sleep on the floor. He's so nice. Cliff put an arm around Kira's shoulders and the other around Cove, dragging them both into him. They smiled at his little show. I'm afraid we can't extend you an invite. You simply have to take the loft. You hot bitch. Cove and his mom both shook their heads at Mr. Holden, and you had to agree that it was pretty weak excuse as far as excuses go. They were just being hospitable to your family.
Don't worry
I'll sleep on
about
Mr. Holden. Thanks, little. It's alright. I can take the floor for 2 nights. And that settled the matter for good. Lame. Alright, you lot. Does anyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, little? I have everything. I was a great traveler. Do you have all your clothes packed, toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? Yes, I do. I am good, I promise. Wanting to make sure everything was organized and ready to go, you had packed the night before and set your alarm too. Yes, I fucking did. I'm a great fucking mover. Well, this is vacation, not a move, but same thing. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the ones who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. Yes, I have. It wasn't comfy. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as... Oh, gaming console. You traveled to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Yes. You wanted to make sure you were able to have... That's basically all I ever bring. And maybe a book. Depending on how long the fucking travel is and how bored I'm gonna get, I usually have like a game console. Really I just need the music more than anything. Hey, let me take that for you, little. I'll stow it in the RV, there's a few spots left. Look at her with her cool glasses. You let Kira take your bag and gave her a grateful smile with nothing left to do and watched the others get ready for the trip. Kira and Clift seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartment of the vehicle. None of these people play Tetris, you can make it fit. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. God damn it, English is hard. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulders, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. What did she bring with her? Usually, she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with her friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. They sell the soundtrack on Steam, you can buy it. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, more than anything seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. It was part of like the DLC pack. I did not buy the soundtrack. But even then, it's not that much. It was like the most expensive thing in like the lineup of DLCs they had. And even then, I think it was like $8. You were excited for the trip too. You weren't very excited for the trip. You were eager to get to the destinations. You were curious about the RV. You didn't feel either way. Yeah, it's cool. It was great to get away and explore new places. So the base game is free, and then like I think all of the DLC, not including the soundtrack, cost me like less than $15. I want to say it was like $12 to get all of the DLC. And then just add $8 to that if you want the soundtrack. They are coming out with a new one though. I talked about it a little earlier. But they're coming out with a new one, which is like a Derek route. And I'm excited. Depending on how much it is, I might get that and play that too. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. But yeah, I recommend it. It's a really good little game. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kira were all huddled in the front trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of the highway from her. Oh yeah, Scrawl. If I'm able to get that Derek DLC, you bet your butt I'm gonna be fucking playing it because that kid is so cute. Like, I'm kind of sad we missed out on the little conversation they had where, like, you guys make a pact to get together in the future if you don't end up with anybody. It's such a cute little interaction. Tetris Effect VR. I know regular Tetris. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. I was Scrawl, when I tell you, when I was playing the whole like final prologue of the game, or epilogue of the game, I was hoping he would show up because we don't see him, or at least I didn't see him my first playthrough all through the 19. You talk to him a few times, but you don't get to see what he looks like. And I was like, I want to see what he grew up to be like. And you finally get to see him in the epilogue, in step 4 again. And he looks so fucking good. Oh my god, you'll love him. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RB came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out of the driver's seat to let Mom take over. Probably a cutie. He is. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening. Yep, those words. We're making good progress. That fucking dork. Yeah, maybe we should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did. I know you're on less sleep than usual. What does that imply? What are you two doing? Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I love him. I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He's so fucking hot. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home, and Kira rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has. Cove, don't ruin this for me. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair. Look at how pretty his fucking dad is. He's a fucking beautiful man. Are you going to be driving in anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Rude. Elizabeth called down where she was lounging on the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around in the RV, started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kira laughed lightheartedly. I would have gotten chewed out if I ever made a comment like that. Luckily for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. You stayed quiet, you shook your head at the ribbing. Ooh, that was a relief. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. You shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. I'll defend Mr. Holden, because he's hot. Thank you, at least someone here is on my side. Yes, I am. Always, baby. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join the conversation, a playful smile to, You are driving! What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. It's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old. I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kira wrinkled her nose at the thought.
Hey!
Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Hi, Poe! Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your orange hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of a bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Aw, how nice. I'll take a chip. Take some chips. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. Sibling behavior. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by, with a group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. That actually might be more comfortable than this floor. He must have done so while Kira was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Just put a blanket on him, leave him there. Kira herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to the portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms to the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling into bed between them. That sounds so uncomfortable, actually. Like, it's cute, But as somebody who has had to share a bed, I hate sharing my bed with people who aren't like my boyfriend. Me and him have an arrangement. If it's another person, I can't do it. It was a queen-sized bed, so there was enough space for the three. Bullshit, I have a queen-sized bed. There's not enough space for me and my boyfriend on it. Maybe it's just me. Nah, that's not enough space for 2 adults and a 13-year-old. I don't believe you.
Good night.
Get a good rest, little. We'll have a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I've been out in nature like this. We live on the beach. I mean, I guess we live on like a tourist beach, so it's not like nature, but whatever. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forests in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. I miss my mom. The next morning you were up bright and early, prepared for the coffee. Make me coffee. You had slept well, you had an okay sleep, it was okay. It was nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor, so you didn't complain too much. Oh yeah, it's hard to complain in front of Cliff and Cove. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Oh god, what is it? 7 people trying to, like, get up and get dressed in the morning? Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks, they were packed up and ready to go. You doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. That'd be so cool. Wow. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of him. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two. I swear to God, if you take a picture. You spun just in time for Kira to snap a picture of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protests that she should enjoy the moment. Oh, I hate pictures so much. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. So many people. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Oh, she's one of those moms. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought it might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. You were in awe of the redwood trees, you were fascinated by the sensations surrounding you, you were in a good mood, you weren't as impressed as the others, you were embarrassed that the adults were so touristy. I'm impressed by the big fucking trees. Surrounding on either... I'm short as fuck, too. Enormous trees shot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. The sheer size of redwoods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along through the forest. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking. Lame! And you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Me and Cove can go hiking. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into pace between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expression she was going to say something taunting. Oh god, here it comes. I can't believe that our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year, they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. Please no. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You supposed he was used to this by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Oh, it's because they know their kids are gonna get married. They're psychic. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally. And you... Shut up! She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. But she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. Don't worry, I tease him too, because I like seeing him blush. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. What did I do? I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. Please don't fight. You told her to cut it out already. Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. Alright, maybe not the time. You ignored Elizabeth. You were embarrassed. I feel like this is too much. Too much. You don't need to ruin the day with that. Oh, I thought you would be happy someone put the idea in Cove's head. Shut up! I don't think he's making plans about marrying anyone right now. Yeah, we're 13. Elizabeth made a smug face, saying in a sing-song voice. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Shut up! Cove frowned and reddened harder, but pretended to ignore what she was saying. That poor boy is going to turn and sprint into the forest and never come back. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. Lame! I want to go rock climbing, and I want to go kayaking. It's relaxing. It's nice. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Can't go hiking, can't go kayaking, can't go mountain climbing. Lame. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. never done rock climbing before. Actual rock climbing or like the rock walls, like the fake ones. You've never done either of those. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Poor Cliff. Just bike riding. I rode bikes when I was a kid, and then I forgot how to do it. You've never had rock walls. They're kind of fun. It's kind of like a fun little thing. It's nice to just kind of do. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain because there's no point to it. You just climb to the top and then rappel back down, and then you do a different one if you want. I had a birthday party at like a rock climbing area once because I liked it so much. You were glad you got to do this in the end. You were disappointed to only have one day in the park. You thought the long trip wasn't worth only one day here. You had more fun hanging out in the RV. You hadn't had a good time. Disappointed it was only one day because I would have loved to have actually gone hiking. There was so much here and you felt like you needed a whole week, maybe even more, to experience it all. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing. Yeah, I don't get to go swimming in pools much either because it usually requires paying for entrance. Everyone had enjoyed different parts for the most of it most. You traded stories of what you thought were while you were eating dinner, and afterwards you pitched and helped clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside long. Why? Why does it matter where we hang out? It was nice to have space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. Cute. You headed up in the loft to relax on your own. You hung out with Cove. We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Look at his little jacket! Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You'd seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. He looked so cute. It was a simple difference from his normal style, yet you couldn't help but notice the way he looked right now. It looked great on him. My grandma used to have like one of the above ground pools. That was kind of fun. That was when I was little. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his. He had an eyebrow raised and had clearly caught you staring at him. Oh. Sorry.
What?
Is everything okay? You averted your gaze from him entirely. Yeah, don't worry about it. If that looks nice on you, yeah, everything is really good. That looks nice on you. Cove immediately blushed. It's just a compliment. Unexpected compliment. I'm just being nice. It's just a nice jacket. He didn't say anything more than that one-word question. You decided to elaborate further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. You can wear as few layers as you want around me, baby. I'd rather be cold than extra hot. Oh my god, me! And it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring the jacket. God, I would rather be freezing than lukewarm. I hate being warm. I'm the same way. I don't mind either way. I love wearing layers. I love layers and accessories too. I am the same. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. Oh. You perked up hearing that. He noticed you too. I hate being warm. I hate it. Anything above like I don't know the temperature specifically, but there's like a temperature of where like I am just normal body heat temperature. And if it gets anywhere starting to like lift above that, I'll start getting uncomfortable. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. You asked him what he liked to see others wear. Insider knowledge. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? I'm only asking for curiosity's sake. His eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before he'd had a chance to have a proper think about it. Oh, sorry. Nothing. I unfortunately don't live up north, even though I want to. I want to live up north. But circumstances have put me in one of the worst possible areas I could be in for someone who hates the heat. I don't mean it like that, you know? I know. Answer with what you do mean then. Isn't there anything at all that you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove muffled under his breath and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. It's not that serious, just tell me. It was a topic that made him uncomfortable, so you let it go. You had a little fun and that was enough. You changed the subject. It's not very good. You're not very good at these conversations, are you? I swear I won't make fun of you. I thought it would be fun to talk about. You didn't want to push him any further, so you didn't insist. Lame. The parents all arrived, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room from first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. Your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning like on the first day, but would let everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and little Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previous set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini adventure. You thought the trip had been okay. You felt the trip was a waste of time. You hadn't had a good time. Yeah, it was fine. It was short, but that was for sure. But you got to see and do so much during your time. All in all, it was a nice break from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kira to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. He waved back, still smiling at you through the dim light. You then gestured for him to come over. Woo! You then went back to trying to sleep. You decided to have fun. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. Mischief? His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze up like a deer in the headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing at the bottom rung, where he looked up at you and whispered. What? Hi. Hi. Oh, it was nothing. Good night. How are you? You invited. I kind of just want to say hi just to fuck with him, but really, I want to hang out with him. Come hang out with me. Do you want to come up? His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. Okay. Yes! You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Luckily, you were short enough to leave him with some room. Oh! You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. He's so sleepy. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort, and the other had nowhere to go as it rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. So what am I doing? We're just hanging out. I don't know. I thought we could hang out. It's asleep. You could sleep here instead of the floor. Cove raised an eyebrows, not having expected you to bring that topic up again. I don't like you sleeping on the floor.
It's okay.
You're still thinking about that? You don't have to worry about me like that much little, but thanks. Too bad, you're stuck up here now, bitch. I'm not sure about this. Cove swallowed loudly, and you noticed he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. Oh. You were feeling the nervousness too. You felt comfortable being so close to him. His reaction made you happy. It seemed natural to have him near you, and being close like this only made it better. You thought back on the trip and the little moments you'd gotten to spend together with Cove. It felt like the trip definitely had brought you together even more, and not just physically in the same place. Okay. You laid there silently, you tried to ease things with conversation, you nudged closer to him. Is that too much? I think that's too much. He might freak out. I wanna cuddle the baby, but I don't think he wants to be cuddled. So, So I've been really nice night, huh? Oh yeah, I guess it has. Don't you think the loft is more comfortable than it looks? Maybe not for him, because he's tall as fuck. It's not bad. Would be nice to have more room. Cove smiled at you through the dim light and you knew he was only joking. The two of you continued to whisper for a while, becoming more relaxed. You went to sleep how you were. You snuggled again. Fuck! Oh! I want to do it, but I'm scared. I'm scared I'm gonna scare him. But I also really want to do it. Oh, okay, hold on. Empty. Save state. Yep. Okay. Oh, fuck. You moved in even closer, eyes half closed, as your lips inched towards his so slowly. Cove froze immediately. Oh god. You could feel his body trembling against you as you neared. Oh god. Oh god. Mistakes were made. You grew close enough to be one motion away from pressing your lips together. Let him come the last 10%. Yep! Oh god, he freaked out. Completely forgetting the restrictions of the location. Oh! Smacking his head on the roof with the oxygen with an alcohol. Oh! Fuck. Oh. Yeah, I guess that's about right. Cove didn't answer. He fell back to the loft floor in a flustered pile. He pressed one hand against his head and the other over his face as he groaned in pain. Oh, I'm sorry. The sound of movement in the RV below startled. Oh shit. And he looked over to the side and noticed Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wild. Oh no.
What's wrong?
We got people. So no. Shut up. Stop. Cliff, no. Oh shit. Was on the couch and she whined as he shook her out of sleep deep enough not to be interrupted by the chaos. I kind of want to see how this plays out. Cliff, shut up! What's going on? And then lights came on, you scrambled under the blanket to avoid being seen, but it was too late. Aww. Oh, please see how this plays out. Little, are you? Oh. It only took a second for Kira to figure out where her son had gone, and you soon heard Cliff's chuckle as he too realized. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, bud. Cove groaned terribly again, but this time it was out of humiliation. He moved his hand from his sore scalp and also covered his shame rather than face his parents. I'm so sorry, baby. Oh no! To your horror, the door to the back of the RV opened and Elizabeth, as well as your moms, peeked their heads out into the hall. Fuck. Yes, everything fine. Please go back to sleep. Please go back to sleep. Don't do this. Everyone. It's nothing. Sorry for waking you up. We were playing cards. Cove curled into himself, completely humiliated as he apologized a couple more times. Not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear, though. No! Hide the baby! How's your head? With another whimper, Cove pushed himself up onto his side. I'm sorry. I should probably get Mom to look at it. Okay. Bye. I'm gonna go kill myself. Kira casually came over to the edge of the loft. She patted her son on the back. Come to Mama, baby. You can't stay there. Oh, God. His dad gave him a nudge on the shoulder as he passed, trying to hold back renewed laughter. His mom pulled him over to give his head a quick look over. After announcing it wasn't anything more serious than a bump, Cove shuffled over to his sleeping bag on the ground and collapsed into it, not caring if he should be more cautious with his head right now. You could hear the snickers from the back of RV from your moms and Elizabeth. They really had been watching this unfold like it was a piece of entertainment. Bitch! It's not funny! But at that, they quickly said goodnight and headed to bed. With nothing more you could do, you laid back down as the lights went off again. You stayed there completely still until sleep finally overtook you. Huh. You peeked over the edge of the loft, trying not to be seen. Cove was sitting on the couch with his mom, the two of them talking quietly together. His head was hung low. Shit. You blushed when you remembered what it was like last night, just the two of you up in the loft together, and the way you almost... Yeah, that was a bad idea. Kira suddenly looked up and caught your eye, and your face grew even hotter, though she simply smiled at you. You knew it was gonna be a long, long time before either of you lived this down, if you ever did. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for a day of travel. I'm gonna go roll back into my side of the loft and just sleep for the rest of the day. I'm gonna disappear. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Bullshit, I did. Kira suggested a few different travel games and used to play with Cove and when he was younger. You all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. I hate myself. I'm a terrible person. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled into your street, it was well into the night. and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Comfy bed. You were happy to be in your own bed. It felt weird to be alone. You felt good to be alone. You wished you were still on the trip. You missed being near. I have attachment issues in this game. Fucking codependence over here or something. The two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice. Foreshadowing of the future. That's all foreshadowing. But you knew that wouldn't be the last time you two would spend time together. That thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Welp. We'll finish this out. Ooh, DLC I don't have. I think I have to because I think I let it finish and I don't think I can go back. Oh, I can go back to the save. I'll commit to it. I feel bad about it, but I want to see what happens since I made that decision. Well, okay, so the other thing is during the conversation where you're asking him about what he likes to see on people, I don't remember what I said last time, but I got him to answer me. And the answer he gave was like anklets or something. And then he asked me what I liked, and I said, you know, people with nice hair or something. So we didn't get that conversation either. I don't know if I can. Not without like redoing the chapter in some way. Which, that's just gonna take a long time. Yeah, but I don't know what I said to get him to, tell me that. But we'll see. Whatever, we're committing to what we did here. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were headed to class. Yeah, we're gonna finish out this prologue for this chapter and then stop. Because that'll definitely get us past our time limit. You were excited to go back. Anxiety gnawed in your stomach. It was a bummer. It was a bummer to go back to school. Summer had been such fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Yeah. Soon, you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. I hate school. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal? What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good, and it was hard to imagine. Yeah, I'm sure it was at the time. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. The season had brought about plenty of chances of its own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Oh yeah, she's going home. You were happy you'd finally gotten a chance to know her. You had become extremely fond of her. You didn't really like her. Your mind wasn't made up on how you felt about her. You didn't care. I really like her. The neighborhood was about to feel a whole lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over and bring you around to his house when he was ready to set off. But you both knew you'd be hanging out for at least a while beforehand. Kier's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would only be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Cove knew your house well enough you could lounge in your room. This is what I would do. But I don't want my moms to open the door because I don't trust them. He'll show up when he wants. You made yourself comfortable on your bed. This was where you'd be hanging out. So there wasn't much point in going downstairs just to come straight back up again. It wouldn't be the first and probably wouldn't be the last time that Cove brought himself up to your room without you taking him there. Oh? A knock at the door broke you from your idle daydream, and you've been having about endless summers. You recognize the sound immediately, different from the cheery tune Ma rapped out when she wanted your attention or Mom's direct beats, and Elizabeth tended to skip knocking completely. Typical sibling. Those knocks were just hard enough to be heard and had uncommonly long pauses in between. They were Cove's. Come in. Cove opened the door, smiling casually as he caught your... How's the concussion? Hi. He stepped further into the room. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stage of friendships. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down on your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from the spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together. When is your mom, babe? Yeah, when do I have to say bye to Mom? We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. She's got to say goodbye to your hot dad. So she needed you out of the house. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving just when I was getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a weary smile tickling his cheeks. Yeah, you nodded. She'll be back. Time's going by so fast. He shook his head as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water, followed by a drip dip in the sea. That's so specific. Silence stretched out between you. Why are you blushing? I haven't done anything yet. Quiet didn't survive long around you, but you held off on shaking this one. Yeah. Cove's expression, from the way he was beginning to chew his lip to the deepening lines of worry on his face, suggested that it was a prelude to something else. Oh yeah, he gets like this when he has stuff to say. He started to curl in on himself, draping his arms across his lap. Cove was looking less and less comfortable in the space as you watched him, wondering what to do. Are you good, baby? I promise I'll be good. I'll stop. Little... Cove spoke up before you had made a decision on whether or not to push him on what the matter was. There was a tremor in his voice that you rarely heard while the two of you were in the safety of your room. Why are you so nervous? I didn't do anything yet today. I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to you about the... No, I don't want to talk about that. Your eyes grew at the reaction. Cove pulled his arms around his chest, his shoulders hunching inwards. I don't want to talk about this, no. You knew what he was implying. Back when you had been in the loft and nearly kissed, Cove hadn't breathed a word about this since it happened, or well, almost happened. I'm sorry for moving away like that when you try. It's fine. If you don't, it's okay. Not your fault. He dropped the sentence. You didn't push him to finish. It had conveyed what it needed. And I'm sorry for how I've been since, acting like I didn't even happen. I've thought about it. Stop. I mean, I haven't forgotten about it. I don't keep thinking about it all the time. He hung his red-cheeked head, forehead propped up by a couple of fingers. You could tell he was already regretting how this was going. Me too, baby. It's okay. Sorry for being weird. It's just I kind of thought or hoped that sometime I'd be able to do this with me talking about everything. Is okay. Everything? There's more? He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction, and his explanation continued. I'm nervous. I, could sort of picture how it might go. Would it be like with you in... But just the first part, I couldn't even imagine anything that'd come after. And now it's actually happened. We're here. It's... Slow down. What? Calm down. He took another deep breath, stuttering on the exhale. This makes things different. Oh, yeah? You gave a wan smile? Thanks, but I don't think that'll work. I can't just forget. I definitely can. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! His wide eyes met yours and he looked at you, less burdened from the anxiety that had... I'm filled with anxiety. I can't... How about a do-over? Do you want to try again? You silently returned his gaze. You smiled reassurance. No! Okay, that's fine. His words shot out reflexively. He couldn't help it, but immediately cringed at himself. It's fine. It's fine. I'll stop. You. Oh! Oh! Oh, my heart. No. I mean... I want to try again if you still want to. if I go for it this time, is it just gonna be a disaster again? Or if I, like... Why can't he do it? At this point, he knows I'm cool with it, so he should go for it. It shouldn't be me. I'm wondering if I don't do it, if he will. But I don't think he will. I don't think the game will let him. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. You untangled yourself from your resting position and stood up. Realizing your intent to actually go for it, Cove straightened up in the chair, his hands coiled together in his lap. Double down. As you moved towards him, you noticed his knees knocking together as he trembled. His decision not to rise from the chair made perfect sense. You can tell me to stop. If he was that shaky while sitting down, there was no way he'd manage to stand without at least one of you falling over. Oh god, he would take me with him, he's so tall. Your legs brushed against his quivering ones as you came to a stop in front of him. Cove was staring up at you. As you leaned in towards him, he echoed the motion and drew in towards you. Ooh! Ooh! What's happening? Ooh! Once you were close enough to feel Cove's breath on your face, you closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was Cove quickly doing the same. Your lips met Your lips met with Cove's for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding, but it was alright. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Ah! Baby! Yes! Your stomach somersaulted, and you couldn't believe it was really happening. Forward momentum! In that moment, you felt warm, and it felt nice, and I'm so hot. It felt right. You drew back and Cove slipped down into the chair, the knuckles of his hands pale after gripping so tightly. Oh god, I'm hot. I gotta turn on my fan. Thinking what he could, too, with some space to breathe figuratively and literally, you took a step back. Cove shot up, his stance rigid. GG, boys. We got him. Oh! He plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight, his back then became bowed, shrinking him. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. You could only just make out a few words as he managed to summon. Oh my god, oh my god. His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze. We kissed. Yes! You were full of nerves. His reaction was really cute. You thought his fluster was funny. It worried you that he was so frantic. Yeah. Blinking, you tried to process what had happened. You laid your hand on your cheek, half wondering about pinching yourself to check this wasn't a dream. His reaction is really cute. You found your skin as hot as a car door at noon on a summer's. Oh my god, ow. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. Did you like it? Was it that bad? It was nice, wasn't it, Cove? It's okay. Did I do something wrong? Fuck. Stay in the positive. He was still holding the hand over his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest, and looked at you. Oh god, I need water. Yeah? Oh! Cutie! He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as words failed him. On his third and fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. A water break. Need to cool off. I did like it. I'm glad that we, you know... He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word. Cove ducked his head but nodded. You got the impression that he was grateful that you'd finished the thought, but your direct words had pierced his Achilles. Oh. He grinned, thrilled that the experience had been a welcome one. Or you grinned, sorry. The smile on Cove's face was real but wary, not unlike the one he wore after a long and exhausting day of activity. Like when he'd made a new personal best. The work had been hard, but the reward had been worth it. With some newfound confidence, he drew himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. What? A lot. Probably way too much. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He'd managed to smile. Oh, it's so fucking cute. Thanks for waiting for me. His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that. Yay! You smiled at him, you hugged him. I like you too. You breathed a sigh of release. I like you even more. I want to hug him, but I also want to tell him I like him. I want to tell him. Cove squeaked out a nervous giggle. He curled his hand into a loose fist and brushed the knuckles idly against his cheek, words evading him as he opened his mouth and closed it again. I don't... He gave up on finishing the sentence, instead just smiling. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands. It was an action usually reserved for much later in the day, but at this point it already felt like a long day. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead. Oh yeah, you gotta be running hot. Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what my dad or mom would do. I don't want to tell my moms. There were a lot of concerns in there. You honed in on the simplest. There was no way your moms could let you have a boyfriend, even though that word, just to depose with Cove's name, made your heart race. My parents won't let me have a boyfriend, or even a something. It's not fair. I wish we were older. It's okay. It doesn't matter though. We like each other and that's what's important. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Eee! Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached toward you, holding halfway, and then slowly, cautiously, hooked his fingers around yours, his palm pressing against the back of your hand. Kiss again. It's cute. You let him hold your hand. You held his hand back. You rotated your hands so that you were palm in palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. We can get it to work. We always figure things out sooner or later. Achievement unlocked, budding relationship. So cute. You're right. No matter what, Will always be an end when there's two of us. Oh, it's okay. It's okay in the end. Your forthright statement made Cove gasp, but the smile that followed and his tighter grip on your hand told you that he had appreciated it. Oh god! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. You need to get that look off your face. We're gonna get caught. You need to learn to chill. We need to chill. Before we go downstairs. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. Quick, hide the evidence! If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Pierce had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Everybody acts natural. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Each step on the way was painfully slow, which he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed, leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street. Nothing to see here. The doors open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. She's really gonna leave. You smiled at him reassuringly. You gave his back a pat. You rested your hand on his arm. It isn't the last time you'll ever see her. You felt a small shiver ripple through his body and the warmth from your hand sink in. Cove looked at you like he was hoping you had a solution for how he was feeling, and all you could do was give his arm a squeeze for support. Sorry, baby. I could give you more kisses. That's all I have to offer. At that, some of the conflict roaring on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside the house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. I'm gonna miss Mama. I like Mama. I didn't think I would, but they made her really cool. Hey kids. Hi, hot dad. Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Little. So glad to get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I love you too, Mama! I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. Oh, he was talking. Oh, yeah, he talks about me all the time. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. I hope you had a good time visiting. Bye. You didn't say anything in response. Can I hug Mama? Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Can I hug Mama? Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. I want a hug! Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. She got the mom grip. Heartbeats later, he gave up and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Mm-hmm. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kira loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to Oh! Okay. So, this is interesting. During the dinner one, where we hung out with Cove and named a fish and played cards with his parents. So I was talking earlier, if you don't tell Cove about the thing his dad did, when you're 8, you get the option to tell him during the dinner scene. And it's this whole family blowout. It's a really dramatic bit. because he basically just goes off on his fucking dad about doing all these things. And it's like, it's actually like a really good moment because the whole family's together and they get to like air a lot of these issues. Now, because I told him when he was 8, we didn't get that conversation this time, and so I was like, oh, is that stuff just never gonna be addressed? They're addressing it now! Oh boy! Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, but then Cove smacked a hand on his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. And it only took me until the very last moment to realize it. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was all of the frustration and disbelief rather than the usual good-natured feelings. I'm so sorry, I thought I had gotten better at this. Aw, he just tries so hard. You have. Cove's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a small smile.
It's okay.
It's been a long time since something like this has happened. Yeah, what was it, 5 years ago he did the thing with me? Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because things seemed to be going good.
I'm trying.
Their hair is beautiful. It won't keep happening, I promise. It'll... Oh yeah, he recognizes it as a problem. It's just a bad habit. We all can work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. The happy smile quickly spread through Cove's face and he answered delicately. Oh, Savvy missed it! You felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. Savvy, no! She's gonna have to check the VOD. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house. In clear view of the open door, Kira stood up, smiling sadly.
Wow.
Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was... Hey, Derek! He stood comfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, little. Hey, Cove. Hi, baby! Sweet baby! I love it, Derek! When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little while ago. I thought I could visit one more time before school started. Yes, visit, baby! I love you!
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. Oh my god. Savvy, no. What? You're not interrupting anything. We're always welcome. You're always welcome here. Yes, he's always welcome. He is sweet baby. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten here at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his words. I'm so excited for the DLC for him. So excited. So excited. I want to play it. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. But Derek, it was fun getting to know you. Oh, bye, Derek. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? He's so sweet. He's such a good kid. Nah, don't worry yourself over it. We're just about set. Oh, he's palm tree shorts now. I see. In the short amount of time Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk, Kira took one last look at everyone inside. He's so good. I fucking adore Derek. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kira still made no move to get into the taxi and placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door to your home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. She going to visit Savvy? And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Savvy, do you have a beautiful friend with long green hair? Kira put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move and to squeeze his cheeks with her other hand instead. Oh, squeeze it, whatever. Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him, rounding things off with a small tap in the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Are we gonna tell his parents that we're dating now? Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. I guess not. I guess we're not telling anybody. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm around his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Safe travels. I miss my mom. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to... I'd ask her out. Not just kidding, I'm not that confident. Same. I'd be like, she's so fucking pretty. I'm never gonna speak to her. Because I'm too fucking embarrassed. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kira's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. Bye, Mama. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Mom, I have a boyfriend and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Yeah, I don't think so. You nodded in agreement. You shrugged. I don't know. Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. No naps for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him. Even Elizabeth. Well. Maud clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with the plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there anything I could do? He's so nice. He's so good. Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
It's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. Oh, the thing I was talking about might happen at the end of this, actually. It's not your job, technically. Your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Look at how cute he is. I love Derek so much. Mom laughed a little at over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have some fun? We all come back in about an hour and we'll make... You nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so if that scene happens now that, like, this has gone... That Cove and Little are kind of a thing, actually, this time. I'm wondering what the options are going to be, or if anything else will be said. That sounds like a plan, then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later, too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mon seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned and wavered, but please smile.
Thanks very much.
I love his voice. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, it's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who invited you. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Yes, he is. Oh, please let Hot Dad cook. I'm sure Moms cook great too. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. Oh, they do! They cooked the pineapple! Oh, the things that were... Oh, that's pineapple chicken? It was... whatever it was good. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef. Cliff's grin whined and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be headed inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos will be staying out. Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids. Oh, hey!
That's fantastic.
Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So what do you kids do for fun? So what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. Okay, if you guys really want to. There's nothing else to do. You strolled across the road as a group, down the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunsetburg. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. It never does, it's all the same crap. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing card tricks for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Is it the same guy? Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat, please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping streets? No one does any of this around my neighborhood, it's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here, I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want to do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began, almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out the possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that really get the crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea and wanted to be a part of it. You felt you could try this idea. He could try this idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon the idea stat. You gave a look to the other two. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. Help. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball on my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. Adorable. I wouldn't bring a ball here.
Why?
Good night. Cove gestured to everything around, the stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made up the shopping street. You can always catch the VOD if you want to see the ending. Would you want to chase the lost ball here? And what if it hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more when he watched another performer, a woman, doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-colored, while the other was cool with a cool gray. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Okay. Crabs? It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, bad misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is the world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Oh. It's Jeremy. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in the kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street and your eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you'd seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. You stood there shocked. You glared at Jeremy. You waved at Jeremy. You decided to smile. You looked... Wave awkwardly at him. Hi, bitch! He did not wave back. Shocker. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See, that... Oh, that's the mean kid. Yeah, this game is super cute. She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek. But he smiled and waved it off. I really like this game. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for vacation with his parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. You mentioned that realization to everyone. You kept that thought to yourself. You broke from the group and went after... Oh! I want to know what this leads to! Wait! I want to know what this leads to. I'll be back. Little? I won't be long. You headed off after Jeremy, cutting into the crowd he disappeared into. It didn't take long until you spied his distinct figure, his bright green bowl cut. You caught up with him, ducking in between a tourist couple and sidestepping into the side of the street he'd wandered into. You took a breath. Hi, bitch. Jeremy? Jeremy's slouched posture stiffened. His neck turned to look over his shoulder. His scowl deepened when he saw it was you. Okay. I just wanted to say hi. What now? Do you think looking at someone means they're inviting you to start following them? Are you too stupid to get that I don't want to talk with you? No, I figured that out. Too bad, bitch. You're not gonna be here much longer, are you? Oh, that's right. I'm amazed a pea brain like you could figure that out without me having to spell it out. So Angie. So what? I'm leaving in a few days. School starts next week. It's not like I can live here and what? Teleport to classes? Are you done? Good riddance. Oh, I can just be shit to him. I just thought it'd be nice to say bye. Don't come back! I wish you could have really gotten to know each other. You didn't say anything. That's a little bit nicer than I mean it to be, but... I don't know. He's kind of just like a sad, irritated kid. I think he needs friends. Jeremy's face scrunched up. Saying that is pointless. Ugh, annoying. I'm glad I'm so annoying to you. You'll remember me. He stomped off into the crowd, vanishing into the sea of other tourists. Okay, bye. Oh well. When you couldn't see him anymore, you shook your head. That was it then. You turned around and saw Cove, Derek, and your sister shuffling through the crowd. Derek saw you and ran forward, the other two following close. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just had my last conversation with Jeremy. He's for sure leaving.
So what?
Okay, who cares about that kid? Cove shrugged in a she has a point kind of way. You nodded. There wasn't anything else to do about it now. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. You thought he was horrible, you thought he was weird, you thought he was stupid, you thought he was kind of pitiful, you thought he was kind of okay, you didn't know what to think of him. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking, and you all enjoyed that little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. I'm tired. The little trip had flown by. The lunch must be waiting for you by now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet. Come on, guys. Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. We're almost done. We're almost done. If we have to. I can't wait. It's been enough walking around. Homebound we go. You outside me. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Around my shoulders? Damn it. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back. I want to know what that leads to, but also... What? I want to know what this does. I want to know what this is. Yeah? Could you carry me back home? What? Stupid question. Hope turned red, obviously flustered. Oh, embarrassing the baby is so nice. You explained you wanted a piggyback ride. You didn't want to walk back. You told him it was a special occasion, so you decided to let it go. Double down. Double down! I want a piggyback ride if you're the only one big enough to give me one. Can he even carry me? Like, he's still a 13-year-old kid. I guess he's kind of strong. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove, it'll be fun. Poor baby, I'm so mean to him. Cove stepped over to- Oh, he's letting me do it! He looked like he couldn't believe he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large- I'm surprised he's letting me do it too. I really expected a big no. Aw yeah, thanks! Yes! He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It's so cute. Cute babies. It took a little bit of clamoring to get yourself completely up on Cove's back. However, when Cove slipped his arms under your legs and stood up, you felt very secure. Ooh! Strong little boy. He's so cute. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he should try repositioning things. Throw me around however you need, baby. But along with all that, he also seemed to feel some pride to be carrying you. Yeah, he's strong, boy. What the heck? It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it pleasant for me, because I didn't have to walk. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. Probably put me down before we go inside my mom's house and they make fun of me. The three parents were still in the kitchen and they looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone! You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd... Oh, he didn't put me down. Your moms were unsure and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow. What? Did you pull something, little? Yes, my heart. I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong. He strong boy. And reliable, too. What a guy. Aww. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary and then started walking to your couch. He bent down and you let yourself plop back onto the couch. You could have just let me down by the door. It's fine, thank you. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware were already being placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you. Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. You gotta have some chill, they're gonna catch on, baby. The parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad and your parents, or both, after what happened between the two of you. No! You need some chill! You're gonna get us caught! Have some chill! Oh yeah, we had a great... Oh my god, Derek, thank you. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. It was okay, I guess. Yeah, the bank heist went up. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Is that how you get all your money, Mr. Holden? Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. I didn't expect this all to take quite this long. I was hoping to still be done by like 11:30. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Have some chill, baby. You had already let go. No! Not realizing he was distracted. Oh, fuck. Neither of them have any chill. The glass fell down to the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on the wood. Cove scooted his chair back. with a restrained shout. I'm sorry, I just, I'll get a towel or something. Baby. He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, raising from his own seat.
Well,
Oh, what's going on? You've been a little out of it. Baby! You're gonna get us caught! Something happened? Stop! No! Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop as if he wanted to sink into it, you and me both. You spoke up over Cove. You blanked on anything that could be said. You admitted to what happened between the two of you. They had to find out sometime. You actually... Cover for the baby. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everybody wouldn't be good. Yes, good cover. Smart. I'm smart, me. Good job, me. Mr. Holden nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically. Yes! Saved it. Well said, little. I'm here when you're ready, son. Oh, God. Of course. Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic, I got you, baby. I got you. You shot him a covert thumbs up. Super spies. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table. Damn it, Ma!
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed at Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oh. Oops. Yeah, me too. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and careful rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in a house either. Ma's going into mom mode. What's going on? Elizabeth groaned, long and long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Yeah, he does. Sweet baby. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior. He's so good. He's such a good boy. He's so nice. It's nothing. It's true, though. You've been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice to have you stay over, Derek. Oh, yes. Shower him in praise. The sweet baby. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. Aw. Do you have anything good to say about other guests? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. You leave him the fuck alone right now. Or is there just nothing to say? Elizabeth? I love you. I've never been so close to slapping you in my life. Well, Cove is my number one. He does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. All right. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Yes, he's part of the family. In fact, he is now your son-in-law. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners schmanners, who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. You teased Cove for his bad habit, you complimented Derek on his politeness, you joked that Derek was basically an adult, you kept quiet. Turn the attention away from Cove. It's cool how you know all those manner things. Oh, thank you. Derek is sweet baby. He seems more embarrassed by getting a compliment from a kid his age. Everyone ate their meals together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. Time passed by quickly. Ooh! As soon as it was time to part ways, Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted off to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number that you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapped up in conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see ya. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. I can't get a kiss goodbye because everybody's around. Bye, little. Bye, Cove. You hugged Cove goodbye. You patted Cove on the back. You nudged his shoulder. You ruffled his... I want to hug him. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. It's friendly. It's not sus. Cove hugged you back tightly, and his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek was watching the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly. Oh no. Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. Hey, Derek. What's up, cool boy? He elected to stay outside in front of the house and wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting for me. Or waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly. Yeah, I'll hang with you. You're cool.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while. Do you want to go for a walk? Sure. Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without destination planned. We vibin'. He's so cute. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. Oh yeah, he's being all quiet. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. It was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Oh yeah, this is the scene, and I was starting to get vibes that he was about to, like, confess a crush on you or something. Which is sort of what he does. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping up on his face. What's up, baby? Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. It wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. What's wrong? I'm wondering how this conversation's going to be different now. He turned away, and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised your eyebrow. Is everything okay? If you want to talk about something, I'm here. Derek, what's going on? I'm a little sad. Oh! It's just with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practice and everything else. I know, baby. I'll miss you too. It really sucks we go to different schools. Yeah, I think everybody went to sleep. Your face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channeled some optimism into the conversation. You shared his words. Well, some optimism. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet streaming trail behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. What's up? Hey, little, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. Oh, God. Here it goes. This is gonna be so much more difficult now. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. Yes? Oh, so far the conversation's going roughly the same. Yeah. Okay, then... Oh. He hesitated before finishing his question. Oh, he's still gonna go for it. Okay, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything, just like, I mean, I like you, and I like Cove. He ducked his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted that very topic this afternoon. No! I'm gonna break his little heart. Well, I like Cove. You don't really want to say that. Yeah, this is different. Because if you aren't in a relationship with Cove at this point, I think you get different options. Oh, hi, Po. I don't really want to say that. Oh, I don't want to break his little heart. Because I do like Derek. I really do. I think he's really sweet. I'm sure. That's okay. I get it. It's personal. Thanks. Are you mad at me? No. You shook your head. It was alright to just ask someone. He didn't push anything. He looked relieved. You can... I love you, baby. You're so sweet. Cool. Hope we'll always be friends no matter what. Oh, it did change. It changed a lot. Yep. I guess I'm not surprised. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope... He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him, sincerely worried that you fall out of friend. No, baby! I love you! We'll call all the time. I hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. You're always going to be friends. I don't know what's coming. You nodded silently. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual. Then for sure, we have to make the most of next year, then the year after that, and the year after that. Yes. And then eventually he becomes super hot boy. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Yeah, come visit all the time, please. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much time together at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night, stretching your arms over your head and noticed that the living room and phone were free. Or are we gonna call, Lee? I don't remember if we do that or not. You took it easy, you called Lee. I want to talk to Lee before the sea's out. I know this is already long, but I do want to talk to her. You looked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. It only seems right to see it out with her, because she was here in the beginning too. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. She has a housekeeper? Hey. Hey Lee, can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. At least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Finally, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. You reminisce about a moment of your summer. You moved on to talk about her. Miranda's birthday party, the road trip you took, the story of the country, the one day with the big shopping trip in the morning, when you had to go to the library, the time you went to Cove's house for dinner, when Cove's mom took you on a wild ride, the incredibly hot afternoon. You went on vacation, Cove's parent ended up running an RV. Oh, I keep fucking turning off the auto. My whole family. Woo, that's awesome. Okay. It's like a 3-day trip. Revisit the Redwood National Forest. Lucky. Okay. Oh! The park was amazing. It was fun hanging out with everyone all together. I really liked riding the RV. Cove snuck into the loft where I stank. Of all the people I should tell, it should be Lee. You what? When? Start at the beginning. Your face immediately felt like it was burning, knowing there was no closing this can of worms. I can't believe you've been holding out on me with such a juicy story. You have to tell me everything. You could easily imagine the large grin that had been sitting on Lee's face as he began going into every detail on the setup, what happened, and the way it ended, which was tragically. This is going to be Lee's favorite story for years. You could feel it. I'm so happy for you. That's so funny and really cute. Thanks, but it's not like anything really happened then. Then? It happened now? That's not what counts. The feelings were there. I like how she thinks. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. You were distracted just thinking back to that moment. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Thanks, cuz... Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. You laughed, you shook your head. Come on, tell me. Good, I'm glad you picked the right answer. That had Lee laughing hard for a few moments. Alright, okay. So the high point for me was when I took a trip with my parents to Europe. It was amazing. Yeah, that's always good shit. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until both were yawning at each other over the phone. Before you go, there's one other thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him today. Before you go, there's one other thing. I kissed Cove today. You knew word about what happened would get to Lee, but you didn't want to bring it up now. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. Oh no. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from the distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. It's so cute. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to have kissed you back, right? Yes. You two are the most perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left to try filling her in as best as you were capable of in that moment. But soon that approach the curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. You can't tell my moms! By the way, this is kept between the two of us. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Gross. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, little. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand changed 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looking out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to meet up with him. You ran off to go see him. You left him alone. You smacked the window to get his attention. You opened the window to go to him. Sprinting, you reached the front door in record time. You didn't think you'd see Cove again that day. You had to go to him. How dramatic. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out there that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here? Nothing, not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. Weird that everything's ending and that the next morning we're gonna have to get up for fucking school, stupid fucking school. You really should go to sleep. I know how you feel. I feel good. I hope you feel better. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's going to be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Yeah, I don't like it either, baby. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You laid down yourself, you sat in the grass, you stood there, you sat on his chest. That's kind of weird. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was probably waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Thanks for telling me about my dad and the money he offered you to be my friend. That was like 5 years ago. This is probably the last thing you were expecting out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that, and he stretched his arms out wide in front of him.
I mean,
This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall the sad little boy with the pink cast who found you found in this very spot. It felt like a lifetime ago. I kind of have a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, just thinking about you and then really seeing you now. It's something. He turned his face away from you and you got the impression he was trying to hide a blush. Cuties. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. It's so cute. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. What? What's me? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. I know that I like the music a lot. That's what you do all the time. I'm being you. Wait, what did he do? You do that all the time, too. So do you, Cove. You were stunned and he noticed enough to take note of it. I don't do it that much. Not being able to argue with his is... I don't remember what he did. Can I... Hold on. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. Do I? Yeah. Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. God, I didn't mean for it to be this long. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two had been around each other for a while. I didn't think, finishing out the last, 4 parts would be this long. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
see you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. Kiss him goodnight. Kiss him goodnight. With a final wave, Cove headed home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to the simplest statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much changed around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. Fuck the future sucks. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt excited, nervous, unsure. It was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy and you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning into wishful thoughts. Or with wishful thoughts. Sorry. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Alright, I already know what this is. Your eyes snapped open, noise happened, you just tried to forget it, you stubbornly kept your eyes pressed up. The light clatter continued, now you were more alert. You could distinguish it as a tapping noise, quiet, slow, but persistent. Yeah, we already know what this is. Hi, baby! Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. Yeah. It's the boy. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light flittering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but it didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you'd expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. Ooh, cute boy! He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Hi, little. You stared back, blinking. That's not a stare if you're blinking. So technically, we won't be back to school for a few more hours. Alright. His voice was delicate yet deliberate. Each word was a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time? Yes. Always. His smile widened affectionately. They're so cute. You rushed to get changed into something suitable with Cove, while Cove climbed back down to ground level. He's like a monkey. Your limbs still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed and gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers of fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance was not oh my god, you're gonna eat shit. I'd eat shit. I'd stumble. It just wasn't enough for one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead of you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. It's so cute. In between. Alright, just a bit longer and then we're done. Cool. Alright. We stop here. And I'll do all of this. We'll start the next one and I'll rearrange her for her 19-year-old self. Yay! It's so cute. We're finally done with being 13. That took for fucking ever. I was like, oh, I only have 4 of them left, and then the epilogue. It shouldn't take me 6 hours. But it did. So that's your... Oh yeah, that's kind of what she looks like. So you can kind of, you kind of make her, and you can, like, change things around. Like, her hair and stuff each time. And you change it, like, every chapter, basically, because you get older, and so you get to rearrange. You don't ever really, like, see her, for the most part, except for, like, certain situations. So, like, during the kiss scene, and you saw them kissing, and you could see that, like, her skin was tanned, and she had freckles, because her skin is tanned, and she has freckles. And it's just stuff like that. It's cute! Yes, it's very cool. I really like this game. Anyway, it's a bit past all of the stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Next time we come back, we will be 19. Yay! We did it! Good night, everybody. I'll see you guys next time. Have a great night. Goodbye!